cars cause congestion and pollution. Is there someone who could just comment on that particular technical point from the panel before we get started? No, silence.
I can offer a brief response from experience in Cardiff, which is that the council has sought legislative powers through the Welsh government to be able to use cameras to police and therefore find people on school streets, which has been a key part of the success. And of course, it then reduces significantly the potential cost of those initiatives. But the rollout of those powers, even within Wales, where there's a political commitment to do that, is slow and technical and legally complex. And therefore, there's likely to be a different position in Scotland, a different position in England, and then a level of complexity to it. But when done, it can be very effective indeed.
Thank you, David. Fiona asks, do the panelists agree that we need a huge mindset reset across the country around the culture of cars and travel? Suddenly there is a default position that at 17 you can get your freedom by getting a license and buying a car. How do you challenge that? Probably it would be good to go initially outside of London, perhaps to Lee. Would you be able to start off on that topic?
Of course, yeah, and apologies that I wasn't able to deliver my 5 minutes to you. It felt really weird listening to myself talking to you when I was right here, but there was a time when I didn't think I'd be able to make it in person, so I thought we'd roll with it. And I think that's an excellent question, the culture shift away from car and towards being more active. I think from our generation and the generation that's older than ours, I think, yeah, the complexities of that are great, but I think we should give our young people a little bit more credit than us. They're not as daft, they're already cottoning on to this. They understand our climate emergency and how our streets are being shaped and changing probably far better than we do. And so I wonder if already that culture change isn't starting with the next generation, hasn't already started with the next generation, yet we still have work to do. We can't continue to glamorise it, and I think we should take down the motoring lobby when they try to, or at least balance it with alternatives. But let's give our young people some credit for some real common sense going forward.
Well, that's a great point to make, Lee. And of course also that underscores the importance of focusing on schools and actually getting children to walk to school as a way of changing that mindset. I wonder if I can come to Heidi for concerns electric vehicles. Mark says, with the likely take-up of electric vehicles by the population in general, will there be a case for cars seeking to retake the streets due to their no emissions credentials? Is this something that you thought about in a London context, Heidi?
Yeah, thanks, Michael. I might just comment as well on the previous question as well, because I think it's a really interesting point. And London is actually quite different from other parts of the UK, in as much as about 50% of households in London don't have access to a car. And I actually think that in all of the debate about low traffic neighbourhoods, some of the time that fundamental point gets a bit lost as well. And so I think that we are in a slightly different starting place in London. Interestingly, I agree with what Lee was saying. There is evidence to show that in London, people are taking their driving test at a later age. I do think, though, there is something, and we should be honest about this. For some people, the car is still a status symbol. You go out, you get a job. In London, it's very difficult to buy a flat, but you might move out from home, you get a car, and that is still quite a prevalent viewpoint, I think, in London. The extent to which car sharing has taken off I think that if you'd asked us 10 years ago where we would be with car sharing and car clubs, I think we, perhaps would have liked to have been further advanced than where we are at the moment. And, it's a debate that I have in my own household. When we came to get a new car, my husband wanted to buy a new car and I wanted to join the car club that was down the end of the road, because I knew that if we were having to pay every time we use the car, our likelihood of then using it for a trip would be a lot less. And so, it's a live issue. And I do think it's something that we need to talk about. On electric vehicles, my view is that whilst they will be part of the answer to the environmental challenges that we face, they are not the whole answer by any stretch of the imagination. And I think that, even the particulate matter that's generated by tyre and brake wear on the roads, that's of concern to us from an air quality perspective, just as, emissions of nitrogen dioxide are, and the carbon emissions associated with driving. And I think the point about leading healthier lifestyles and, doing a little bit of exercise as part of our daily routine, I think post-COVID, that is going to become, and I hope it becomes, an increasingly important drive to reduce the dominance of cars on our roads. So yes, it's about the environment, but it is also about health. And I saw Julian started his presentation with a slide that talked about, walking and cycling being the sort of miracle drug, the miracle pill. And, I think if anything over the last year, some of us have become a lot more conscious about how easy it is not to move. I mean, if you don't move, you start to rust up. And actually building walking and cycling into your daily patterns of behaviour, I think we need to grow awareness about how critically important that is for your own both physical health, but also mental health. Thanks so much, Heidi. Julian, I think this one is from Susie. Susie says that in London, we have an integrated public transport system. What more do you think can be done elsewhere, particularly in areas like Essex, which have a large rural area? How do you think progress can be made in that? And anything you want to say also on the point about electric vehicles might be relevant as well.
Yeah, no, I think that's a really good point, because in Essex, the towns are relatively small, so they're quite walkable. And so the livable neighbourhoods that we're looking to create link then to our wider walking network into town centres. And then we're looking at how you can promote that in terms of behaviour change with better signage and legibility, and therefore how you could link up to stations and buses. And I think buses are really key to this. With the bus recovery and all the announcements we've heard this week, I think if you can link walking to buses, you can encourage more bus trips, more walk trips. So interchange is really important. And in my presentation, I was rushing a little bit. I didn't really get a chance to show you the slide, but we've been exploring a concept called mobility hubs, where you can look at new mobility. So you can look at a sort of a more upgraded bus stop interchange where maybe more than one route meet and connect. So people could change buses, where you might pick up an e-scooter, an e-bike, or different forms of transport, or you may pick up a hire car or a hire EV. So it's not always about having the level of infrastructure that a big city like London or Birmingham or Manchester would have. It's about how you use the infrastructure you've got so that you can persuade people to be sort of more multimodal. But I think the rail interchanges are really important, because we've got a really good radial network to London. So I think the interchange at rail is very important. And then with regards to the EVs, I think, yeah, they're not a panacea. No, we're not going to meet our climate goals with just the transition to EVs. That won't cut it. We really do need a big modal shift to active travel, to walking for short trips, and then cycling as well.
Thank you. Mark from Living Streets Riverside Group asks the question: do online tours and consultations undertaken at speed in the context of pressure on local authority officers not risk amplifying precisely the voices already supportive of walking and not the range of voices called for? David, could you?
Yeah, the simple answer is yes, and therefore one must guard against that significantly. I think one of the ways you address that is by reaching out through, and Julian mentioned some of these things, through social media and different groups through social media, because while not everyone will be on sort of following the Twitter feed of the local council, they may well be in a local group of parents, or they may well be in the local group of Cardiff City Supporters Club or whatever else. So thinking beyond sort of the very traditional, well, the more traditional means, but I also believe there is, and the pandemic complicates this immensely, there is a need to reach out face to face wherever possible to a lot of those people who don't regularly access those online consultations, and I've seen some excellent examples where you sort of have a neighbourhood map sort of on a large scale, and people are encouraged to come along and place pins and place comments on that map, on those areas I physically in a sort of central square or somewhere where you've got this huge blown up map and people can add comments to it. And I think those kind of engagements are an important way to do that. So there is a danger, you have to be aware of it, and you have to put proactive measures in place to tackle it.
Thank you, David. Heidi, I wonder if you could take this one from Councillor Susie Smith. She said, last year I presented a motion to the council for a ban on pavement parking and pavement obstruction. It was approved, but officers feel we can only introduce these measures if central government implement the ban on pavement parking across England. Thoughts from the panel on what action the government needs to take on pavement parking?
Okay, so I need to fess up here and say that I'm not an expert on pavement parking, and I suspect there may be people who are on the panel that might be better at responding to that question than me. Can I do my old trick, Michael, and just pass a comment on the last question again? Because, sorry. One of the things I would say about consultation, in my experience, both as a councillor like Mary and a member of Parliament, is that no matter how much consultation you do, no matter how good the consultation there is, there will still be controversy around some of these schemes. And I think that's why political leadership is really, really important in this, because if we're going to make change and we're not going to accept the status quo, the hardest decisions are always the ones where 52% of people are for it and 48% of people are against it. And I use that figure purposefully because I live in a low traffic neighbourhood that was implemented last summer. And when I walked out of my front door on the occasions I went for my daily walk, to be honest, if the debate about it felt as toxic, frankly, as the Brexit debate. My local authority had done a huge amount of consultation, not just online, huge pamphlets that came through the doors with glossaries of, what modal filters were, etc., etc. And so they went above and beyond, and it had been a period of years of consultation in effect before that low traffic neighbourhood came in. And so I just don't think we should kid ourselves that even if you do best in class consultation, that there will always be consensus. And I think that's a really important point for people to remember.
Thank you for that. We have a question coming in, which I'll go to Lee for, from the Craig of Highland Council. It's from Julian, and he said, I'd be interested in the structure of your team. How do you work with road colleagues, and what professional skills do your team have? Lee, I think that's directed in terms of your team in response of the Active Nation Commission of Transport Scotland.
Yeah, so mine is a really interesting post, and it might be worth just clarifying who I'm responsible to. So my post is funded by Transport Scotland, but I'm independent of government. I report directly to the Cabinet Secretary for Transport, and I work very closely with active travel delivery partners and stakeholders in the community and Transport Scotland. So bringing those bring those two things together. So, and this is a really good question, because I speak largely to the active travel team within Transport Scotland. I feel like I'm missing a trick. I need to be getting in there and speaking to trunk roads and joining up trunk roads in education. You know, I need to be getting rail to be having conversations with social justice. These are the conversations that need to happen, and yet I think we're still very stuck in our siloed ways of working. And so I suppose breaking down those barriers out of, and there is, on a personal level, everybody knows this, on a personal level you can cut across silos and you can make these connections. But I think on a strategic, on a structural level, we need to be breaking down those barriers so that active travel is woven through all of the other parts of transport in Scotland. And if anyone's got ideas of ways that I can do that, then please let me know. But working on the personal, and little by little and slowly, and joining up agendas from the grassroots as well as from the top down seems to be working.
Thank you, Leah. I mean, are there any of the members of the panel who have any advice for Leah on how to build those relationships and work with road teams? Anyone want to come in there? Julian, please.
Yeah, no, this is very much my area, and what we've been trying to achieve in Essex. It requires a lot of it requires a program structure and a lot of work in between all the different disciplines. So engineers, designers, planners, bringing everyone together literally for, probably regular weekly meetings, sometimes daily, where you start to build a culture of trust and start to understand each other's agendas and the win-wins and how you help each other. So it's quite labor intensive, I think, but I think it can be quite successful. Yeah.
Julian, whilst I'm with you, Jenny's asked a follow-up question to your comments regarding modal filters. So Julian's comments read modal filters only on request, with government funding and targets being set in many areas for low traffic neighbourhoods. Is there a risk that these are inflicted on communities rather than introduced with and in response to community needs?
I think that's a really important point, and broadly it's the approach we're taking in Essex. So we don't start off with the modal filters is our proposal with our livable neighbourhoods. We start off with the community engagement, so we can do the deep listening work to move to a point where you can do the co-creation, where you work with communities to try and understand how you may lay out the intervention. So where you might have a pocket park, some green infrastructure, some crossing points, and then what that means to the wider touch points like the bus stops or to the nearest high streets. So that is our approach. Now, if residents then say, look, we think that's a rat run, can we have a modal filter? Can we close that off? Absolutely brilliant. We would want to do that, but it would be with the community and not from the sort of starting point of the modal filter. That's our approach anyway.
Great, thank you very much for clarifying that. And Daffod, Jessica has followed up to your comments and asked if you could say a little bit more about it. You mentioned that you're able to ensure 75% of support on a neighbourhood level. How do you do this, and how do you evidence and measure this level of support?
Well, I think a number of the points that have been made around consultation are important. There's also a piece of work around building. They're political alliances, but they're political with a small p, in the sense of engaging. There are people right across the political divide who support increased walking and cycling. There are people across different organisations, different campaigning organisations who support more livable communities and neighbourhoods. So making common cause with them. I also think, and it comes back in part to the point made by Heidi, 75% is nowhere near a consensus. Yeah, there will always be those who will complain, and there will always be those who seek to undermine the positive changes that we're trying to achieve. I mean, let's take one step back. What we're talking about is changing the pattern of society where a private car has been dominant for probably most of the past 50, 75 years. Yes, that's a big ask. So, but then it becomes in listening and making changes to those plans as needed. Cited an example of a school recently, but what you did there was ask every parent to transport plan their journey to school, identify a whole series of problems along the way, and seek to address those in consultation and working with those parents, which has included sort of walking buses, it's included changes to junctions, but in that instance, it hasn't included any modal filters. And it comes back to Julian's point there, is that you can put a series of interventions in then, as long as you're careful, planned, listening, to get towards that sort of 75% level. And the other point then is once you get to that sort of 75%, 80% level, those who may have doubts will be speaking to fellow neighbours and colleagues who may not share those doubts and will be able to persuade them around. And what you end up with then is only a small minority who are very vocal, but who are opposed. So you then do a formal consultation, you could get a large number of positive responses, which as council officers do, will be tallied up and will be considered and will be analysed, and a report would go to cabinet, and the consultation responses would show that level of support. So it's those building blocks, but it's listening and particularly listening not to sort of, in Welsh we say the cadwedig ride, not to those who are utterly convinced, like myself, but it's to those who need a little bit of persuading and a little bit of convincing, and being ready to modify your plans to bring those people with you. And if you can do that, it does give you a stronger basis for moving forward.
Wonderful, thank you, David. I'm going to ask Kylie if she wants to follow on with any further thoughts on that point. But also, we've had a very specific question from Living Street South Hertfordshire local group, who asked Kylie, are you aware of the severance of Scratchwood Park from Mount by the A1 in the London Borough of Barnet? We have one-way bus stops on a dual carriageway A1 where you can arrive by bus and there is no access to the other carriageway to go home. So it's always very, along as the macro issues, some very micro issues, but nonetheless very real. Heidi.
Yeah, so on the sort of first point about a follow on from what David has been talking about, the only other observation I would make is that sometimes local authorities are very used to thinking about the local administrative boundaries that make up their borough area. So they tend to think in terms of schemes in wards some of the time, and sometimes schemes within their own borough. And in a big city like London, some of the schemes where we've had more difficulty around what the knock-on impact of, for example, a low traffic neighbourhood is on adjacent roads, have often corresponded to where schemes have been built up on the basis of the administrative boundaries. And I actually think that both within and between local authorities, it's incumbent upon both the officers and the political leadership to be thinking about what the natural communities and natural neighbourhoods are, as opposed to the boundaries that are defined by electoral wards. And so I think it's always really hard when you do a consultation about where you draw the line in terms of who you're engaging with, if you're doing it physically by putting pieces of paper through people's letterboxes. Obviously, when it's online, there's a greater opportunity for more people to engage with it. But I do think that that's something that really needs to be given some thought going forward, because it's often people who feel that they've been excluded from having their say on a scheme that is one of the most challenging areas. In terms of the specific question, I think it was about a location up in Barnet. This is one of the hazards of my job, to be honest. I'm the deputy mayor for a city of 9 million people, and I'm often asked very specific questions about very specific locations. And I've got to admit, I don't know the detail of, I think it was Scratchwood Park that you mentioned. What I would say is if the members of, I think it was South Hertfordshire Living Streets group, want to get in touch with me about it, I'm sure Mary and the team at Living Streets could pass my email address on so that you could drop me an email and I'd happily look into it. So can't give you an answer now, but happy to take it away if you drop me an email.
Thanks so much, Heidi. Sorry for putting you on the spot there, but I think that's a good outcome. Enrico Marenko says, is removing on-street parking the first step to giving road space to pedestrians? How would you respond if a council says that it's not possible to do that in an area due to the lack of funds? Who would like to take that one? Julian?
Yeah, I'm not sure entirely that it's necessary. For me, pavement parking and obstructions can be more of a problem. So if we can free up the pavements and liberate them, I think that's a really good step. And then you need to work with communities to manage parking on streets. So it could be that we can release some parking provision to create pocket parks and use that space more socially for traffic calming and to make spaces safer. But cars, I don't think we need to necessarily be removing, cars from streets. It's for me, it's more about the pavement space and the crossing points and making sure that the walking environment and the infrastructure is really good. And I think the Healthy Streets approach in London has been excellent in kind of raising awareness of and giving a framework for how streets can be healthy and walkable. So I think it'd probably be good to have a look at that. Yeah.
Could I raise a question from Denise Hussain, who has asked a question about e-scooters and whether they should be permitted on our roads and footways. What measures are needed to ensure that they safely coexist with other modes? And I think that this speaks perhaps to a wider point that the panel might want to deal with, which is how in the process of creating low traffic neighbourhoods, you also create inclusive neighbourhoods. Daphne, would you be able to lead us off on that?
Well, I'll just kick off with a few comments on e-scooters. My view is that they do offer significant potential as a personal travel mode. If we could sort of swap 1,000 cars for 1,000 e-scooters, I think properly done, that could be a major step forward. However, my great fear is at the moment, they are growing like topsy. I see many people around flying along on their e-scooters, somewhat with varying degrees of danger. And I think we need a large-scale conversation about how you put a framework in place that makes it safe for people to use e-scooters legally, but also then retains the safety for those who are walking and cycling at various points. And those are tricky issues. And at the moment, I don't think we're addressing them properly. And we desperately need to, because what I see on a daily basis is increasing numbers of people going to these low-cost, relatively convenient personal devices. But there is a major issue here we need to tackle.
Thank you, David. Heidi, would you come in on that point?
Yeah, just a couple of comments on this. In London, we are about to announce our partners for a trial of e-scooters that will commence in the next couple of months. We've been very clear that as part of this trial, where people will rent e-scooters, they shouldn't be used on the pavements. We've also made it a requirement of the trial that the companies that are participating in it have geofencing in place for where these scooters are allowed to be parked. Because if you cast your mind back a couple of years when we had a load of dockless bikes that appeared on our streets in some of our big cities, certainly in London, they became quite hazardous and they were strewn on pavements. You saw them in canals and rivers, and they did, whilst in many respects, I think dockless bikes, if managed appropriately, could offer some really positive options for travel. They had become quite hazardous, and so London had to take some action at that time to get them off the streets and sort the problem out. So we have been very strict with our requirements going forward about the technology that will actually physically prevent someone from just randomly leaving a e-scooter that they've rented in the middle of the pavement and blocking it for other people. I think one of the other things that we need to be looking at is the speed limit of these devices and what an appropriate speed limit is. The government, I think, have set a speed limit of 15 miles per hour. In London, the 3 operators in the trial, I think, will have scooters that operate slower than that. We also need to think about the standards on e-scooters as well. The requirement for e-scooters to have lights, to have the ability to audibly through some sort of bell or device to make people aware of their presence on the roads. And so in the trial that will be happening in London, we have set very stringent conditions for the standards that have to be met before these vehicles are and these devices are allowed out on the streets. So we want to put safety at the heart of this trial. The government asked local authorities to come forward and set these trials up. In London, Transport for London has become involved because there are 33 London boroughs, and so there needs to be coordination across the boroughs for the scheme to work and make any sort of sense. But those are some of the things that we're pushing really hard.
Thank you so much. Wendy has a question for Lee Craigie about how do we bring back the joy of seeing youths on their bikes? In your presentation, you have the wonderful pictures of young people happily on their bikes. I'm always happy to see groups of teenagers on bikes. Question from Wendy there. Lee, how would you talk about that?
Yeah, thanks, Wendy. That's an absolutely brilliant question, and I think at the nub of what is driving almost all of my objectives. How do we retain the joy? And I suppose just listening to that last conversation there, I was like, yeah, I totally agree with everything that Heidi's just said. And then there was a little bit of me that was like, yeah, but have you had a shot on one? Not you, Heidi, I know you probably have, but anyone that hasn't had a shot on an e-scooter, they're fun as well. This is a real way where people can traverse a city when they would normally call an Uber. And I've been in close confines with someone who was like, let's get an Uber, and then completely changed their whole mind about traveling through a city because of an e-scooter. So it's about having these conversations, but always with one eye on the permissive and on the joy giving of a form of transport. And in answer to Wendy's question, how do we make sure that our young people still retain the joy of riding bikes? If we wait until we have safe, segregated cycling infrastructure in all of our built-up areas in order to allow our children to travel safely, and we impose our standards of that safety on our children, then we're going to miss a trick here. I think we need to make sure that our young people, they are exuberant anyway. They want to travel autonomously. They want to travel independently. We need to stop calling cycling when we're talking to young people as active travel. Let's think about it in a different way. Let's talk about adventuring to school. Let's take them the long way round. Let's find the green space. Let's even think about merging. There's a contentious issue, but merging sport and travel and tourism, and think about these things in a different way. Get a pump track put in a school ground so that kids say to their mums and dads, I want to cycle to school, and mums and dads just have to find a way to get their child on that bike to that school ground in order for that to take place. It's going to be a work in progress, I think, but there are ways that we can absolutely do it now, like tomorrow, right now. We can find the joy in ourselves and not automatically go to a place of restriction and safety and waiting for and anger that we're in this position where cars dominate, and find creative solutions now so we don't lose this joy that already exists.
Great, great answer. Thanks very much. Leanne from Manchester has a question which goes back to the point about inclusivity. She talks about how involving cities in residents in cities that are very diverse. She says that in Manchester, for example, the engagement from Black and Asian communities has been low, and that's what the panel would suggest to increase that participation. Do we have a volunteer to take that on first, or if not, then I'll probably go to Heidi.
I think it's pretty much what a lot of people have already said about the routes through which you engage with people. I think the groups of mums at the school gates, and in London that will be a very diverse group of people. And I suspect that in London as well, don't have the figures to hand, but in terms of car ownership is lower amongst poorer groups in the population, and that sadly and wrongly disproportionately Black and ethnic minority Londoners are poorer as well. And so if you can find a way of reaching existing groups in the community to have these conversations and not just rely upon them seeing a tweet or reading the letter that comes through the door, I think that's really important. David made the point very earlier about word of mouth and how you engage people in that. One of the things that we have seen over the last year, it's been very noticeable in my area, which is Southeast London. Prior to the pandemic, I would cycle into the office in central London, perhaps 2 or 3 times a week. And I would say predominantly the people who I saw cycling were white men. The demographic makeup of people who are cycling in the streets around this part of London is noticeably and visibly different. A lot more women, a lot more children, a lot more people from Black and ethnic minority backgrounds. And so if there is ever a moment to try and crack this nut, it is now, because I think people are going through a period of reset as we come out of lockdown. And I think part of it is, the basics of good consultation, not expecting people to come to you, but go to them where they are. That probably is the answer.
Yeah, but could you follow up on that point?
So yeah, in one of the things I've seen, and one of the excellent examples I've seen is we've got a hire scheme in Cardiff, and one of their ambassadors, a lady called Maimuna Suleiman, has done particular work with ethnic minority women, and how you build those kind of inclusive approaches to cycling. And I'm fascinated by Heidi's point there. Our hire bike scheme has a different demographic to those who ride their bikes around Cardiff. And I suspect you're seeing similar patterns of differentials, hire bikes versus people who have their own bikes, and people who are walking as opposed to people who are cycling. And it's understanding those and then working with those different groups to increase participation. And it's a broader question. We know that poorer households are less likely to be active in sport. We know that BME households, particularly women, are less likely to be physically active. So, I mean, there's a challenge, but there's an enormous opportunity here to bring far more members of our communities into the walking and cycling revolution, hopefully.
Thank you, David. one for Julian, if from Kit. Kit says, how can we get both officers and members at a local authority level to check walkability on planning applications, indeed to question why a new estate on land beside a supermarket has no direct link to it, or a highways department thinking of an island crossing on an A road is fine for a route for a school. Julian, could you talk on that issue?
Yeah, certainly. Yeah, it's a challenge. Within the way local plans are developed, the planning officers need more tools. I was at a Landor event last week, and we were introduced to a new tool called ActDev for planners for the front end, to really look at active travel and how it can be designed in and it can be considered against planning applications. So that's going to be part of it going forward. And then in Essex and across a lot of places in England, we have local cycling and walking infrastructure plans, what we call LC WIPs. And we've developed them for our 5 key towns. So we've actually developed a walking network and walking zones, and they will hopefully be adopted as supplementary planning guidance, or they will also shape developer contributions to improve walking infrastructure in the environment. So it's a mixture of it, the very front end at the planning end, and then for transport officers as well, to be able to influence development to ensure that we've got really good walking networks.
Just following on from that, another one for you, if you could. Nino was asking about the lack of footpaths in semi-rural roads outside towns is a real safety issue. In many places, there is room for a pavement, but there is not. What more could be done to address this? That's perhaps an issue that you face in Essex.
Yeah, it is a big challenge. And while we've got the LC WIPs, the local cycling walking infrastructure plans for the towns, we're arguing and we're having conversations at a bigger regional level through Transport East that we need to have more of a rural strategy, and we need to be able to identify and prioritize where that investment should be. We're all working within limited resources, but we need to look at where we need to improve walkability, and plan for that, and to create more walking environments in rural areas as well as coastal areas. So, for example, we're looking to develop the coastal path in Essex and looking at our public right-of-way network. So overall, you want to be improving permeability, the walking environment, not just in an urban setting, but also in a rural setting. But it will take probably some more resources. Yeah.
Did you want to follow up?
And I think briefly, if I may, on this one, there's an idea that we think of rural areas as being really tough for walking and cycling to develop it. But what you're talking about, even in rural areas, is villages and towns where the majority of people in that local area live within the confines of a village or town. And once we start understanding that, you can create, we've been looking at some rural schools, 80% of the children in a rural school actually come from the village which surrounds the school. And therefore, by introducing a proper pathway through the village, in terms of modal shift, you can make a huge difference to the daily activities of a large number of people. It may only be a town of 400 people, a village of 400 people, but there are small scale interventions. So I'd encourage us all to think about, actually, rurality isn't this great barrier to walking and cycling that we've tended to think, oh, it's urban, we must focus on our urban. There are great opportunities in our rural areas too, to enhance the opportunities for walking and cycling.
Could I ask a question? Thanks, but to ask a question, we've talked about a lot of planning issues and a lot of promotion and behavioural change, but there is a question which came in from Living Streets, Dennis from Birmingham Living Streets Group, who talked about the importance of working with police and crime commissioners on the enforcement side of things. He references the fact that there's a big campaign in the West Midlands to get PCC candidates to commit to a Vision Zero PCCs over resource A roads and motorways to the detriment of poorer demographics. Is there someone who could perhaps comment on that part of working with the enforcement of rules as well as the promotion? Lee, please.
Yeah, this is something that's being talked about quite a lot in Scotland at the moment. So our 20-mile-an-hour limits as default in built-up areas are being rolled out across many more local authorities as a result of our Spaces for People measures that helped us create more space just after COVID. But it does come down to this enforcement part, doesn't it? And we're trying to work quite closely with Police Scotland to have these joined up conversations around it, because I guess 20s won't work where there are long straight roads, and that needs to be changed. That the whole culture of driving needs to turn on its head. There's no point in putting a 20 in place where Police Scotland, they sit out on trunk roads and they get their hits out there. They're not going to want to come into town and enforce something that they believe is unenforceable. And so this is where we need to start thinking outside the box, I think, and we need to be thinking about ways that we can help Police Scotland to enforce 20s in a different way. And that does sit hand in hand with planning. Obviously, it also sits in hand with conversations around maybe a different way to restrict lower mile per hour zones. Instead of calling them 20s and those being the default, we call them child, which actually equates to more like 12 miles an hour. So it's got to be more of a fluid conversation, I think, and very much with Police Scotland and planning. But I'd be really keen to hear what's happening elsewhere around these difficult conversations.
I'm afraid that we've kind of drawn to the end of our time here, but we've got through an enormous number of questions in the process, and on behalf of everyone, I just want to thank our panelists for being so brief in their responses to allow so many questions in. Many more questions, I can see them on my screen here, many on e-scooters, lots on pavement parking. We could have gone a great deal longer now, but we've covered so much ground and we are immensely grateful. So let me again thank Heidi Alexander, Deputy Mayor of London for Transport, Dafydd Tristan Davies, Chair of Active Travel Board in Wales, Lee Craigie, Active Nation Commissioner, Transport for Scotland, and Julian Sanchez, Active Travel Manager, Essex County Council. Please keep the debate going, and you can do that online. You can do it in the chat room on the live stream. But I think we've all now earned ourselves a break when we can go and have a walk and practice what we preach and walk the talk. So we've got a 15-minute break now, but thank you again for all the participants in the first two sessions, and particularly for the contributions from our audience.
Thank you.
During lockdown, millions of us rediscovered the simple joy of walking. Whether you are 9 or 90 years old, walking gets you fit, keeps you happy, and cuts air pollution. It's the greenest transport there is, and it's free. We are Living Streets, the charity for everyday walking. Our mission is to get more people walking, to school, to work, to the shops, to see friends. But too many of our streets are not fit for purpose. We want to see people on pavements, not cars. And we want the law to protect people who walk. Over the next 5 years, we'll be campaigning for people to choose walking, for better streets for walking, and for people from all walks of life to enjoy walking. To do that, we need your help. Will you join us? We are Living Streets. Walk with us.
Thank you very much indeed, and welcome back to our second panel, Ensuring Clean Air and Improving Public Health. How can walking help tackle our climate emergency? I'm joined today by a fantastic panel with a keynote address from Annabel Goulias, Government Spokesperson and City Councillor, and Demetria Gomez, Works Councillor at Pontevedra City Council, Spain. This is an update from the advertised programme, and Annabel's remarks will be translated. We've also got on our panel Owen Devan, Senior Analyst at the UK Government's Climate Change Committee, Lisa Hopkinson, Associate at Transport for Quality of Life, Dr. Ian Mudway, Member of the Environmental Research Group at Imperial College London. And do please keep your questions coming in. We will be putting them to the panel as soon as they have finished speaking. We know that reducing motor car journeys and increasing walking and cycling is a key way to cut emissions. We also know that by shifting to more sustainable travel, we can clean up local air pollution hotspots. So I'm going to invite Annabel, who is from the City Councillor for Pontevedra in Spain, who has senior experience in senior management of public companies and private companies, but is responsible for the management and external promotion of Pontevedra and great sporting events as well. She's going to talk to us about how Pontevedra has done a radical shift and changed the way the city and its residents think about cars, how the plans have resulted in traffic reduction, and what outcomes they have seen in activity levels, public health and air quality. Annabel and Demetria, the floor is yours.
Bueno, pues muy buenos días a
Good morning, everyone. And before everything, I want to thank you all for being invited in this important Congress. For us, it's an honor to be here to share our experience, our reflection during several years implementing these types of ideas. I'm going to share a presentation, and I hope I'll be able to summarize everything within these 10 minutes I have available. So to start with, I would like to frame everything in a general reflection. Today, cities are diverse, larger, smaller, and everyone knows this. But all the cities share a common feature. It's inhabited by people. We stop being human beings to become urban beings. And this conception of the cities bring about rich debates, complex debates with many different faces, many different perspectives. But this is the right moment to debate. We were waiting long for this debate, and this is the moment. And finally, we are focusing on the urban environment because for many years we were worried about species, the endangered species by the Amazons. Of course, all this is very important, but we never were worried about the air we were breathing, the ecosystem where we were living, the urban environment, or when we were aware of that, we were not really focusing on that. So for us, this we thought that this needed a political response, a political project. I don't know about the United Kingdom, but in the Spanish state, here in Galicia, all policy and politics is something that people don't like or people are afraid of. So we wanted to show, to have three key questions. What we want to send in the city? We want give more power to the cars or give more power to people? The second question was actually space public should have a different conception, and we think so. For us, space public space is a right, and this question is a key question in our policy. This is a right for people, for every people, regardless their psychical, social, or physical condition. So this is a key question. And the second question we want to make it clear in the Spanish state and in Galicia, if we have all competences to change the reality we have around. And yes, we have the competence to change all the environment around us, the urban environment. So to answer these three questions, we decided that we wanted to recover the city for people. We wanted to make a city suited for people, for everyone. And within this process, we thought that for the success of this policy, we needed to count on everyone. Everyone should take part in it, in this process. You can see here a neighborhood assembly with a councillor, and they are new reformed in this neighborhood ASECA. So we have to talk with everyone because everyone can provide ideas to improve the project. But this participation shouldn't be a trick to stop doing things. We had a project to recover the city for people. This political project, we have different actions, and these actions, these actions were eh, um, within this general conception of the city for the people. So uh, we are sticking to this policy. Well, if people don't like our project, they can stop voting for us, but we are not going to stop believing in our project. We are going to talk now about Pontevedra, our city. We are a small town, or relatively small, in the northwest of the Spanish state. We started this transformation as a starting point, a chaotic starting point. Uh, Pontevedra was known for being a gray city with a high traffic volume. Um, the heritage was very devalued. Even when I was a little girl, I should. My parents didn't allow me to go playing to several areas in Pontevedra. Actually, the picture you are seeing is a crossroad with all these traffic collapse. You can see we are a very compact city too, a small town with very few square kilometers, but we have a high population density. We have 84,000 inhabitants in a metropolitan area of 250,000 inhabitants, with a very small town center. So we have a high population density problem. So it's very bad for people who are driving cars, etc. But we were learning a lot about the literature. We learned about the different researchers, Francesco Tonucci, and many other authors. For us, it was clear that we wanted to look for our own way. So we needed to learn from all these authors, but we needed to find our own way. If I have to highlight a lesson we learned, I would say that traffic does never fix. So whoever tries to fix a traffic problem, he or she will will always find many different problems that come up. So, for example, if you have a high traffic density, some people decide to build a new road lane. Well, after building this road lane, the traffic intensity will increase, and then you will have that road lane collapse again. So this is the one of the lessons, basic lessons that we learned with Pontevedra. We demonstrated that city works with less cars than in the beginning seemed necessary. So if we had to find a magical recipe for this, um, if anybody was looking for something very complex. For us, not. It was very simple. It was an inversion of priorities, a solution, walking. We implemented a radical change in the mobility. If before the car was the king and the city was designed for the car, we decided to invert all these priorities. We decided that the kings and queens were the people, and the last priority was the car. For us, in a small city such as ours, although size would never be an excuse, for us, the solution in a small, medium-sized city was walking. In other cities, larger cities, probably you need to combine walking with public transport. And with this final recipe, we of making disappear traffic, we have these two comparative pictures with this reduction of road lanes crossing the city. In 1999, all these road lanes were crossing the city, absolutely collapsed. Currently, you can see in this other picture in 2019, all these road lanes that were collapsed by cars are uh, roadways in which the public space is dedicated to people. How did we do that? With practical key steps in three categories. First one, uh, passage traffic is that traffic that instead of circulating around the city was crossing the town center of the town. Uh, but this type of traffic, we wanted to avoid this traffic. Well, if I'm speeding up, sorry, later you will be able to make questions, to ask questions for me. So, then we have a second type of traffic of agitation. And it's very simple. Example, earlier, 10 years ago, whenever I wanted to go to work, I was driving, going to my office, and I have a perfectly fine parking spot right by the office. The problem with that is that before, there were many people like me that were commuting by car to the office and searching for a parking spot. This type of traffic for us should not exist in the city. And then we were betting on the third category, the destination traffic. In Pontevedra, every car can go to any point of the city, but all these cars must have a destination, must have a goal. For example, if you need to take your products, your items to a shop, okay, you can go with your truck to that shop just to unload your products in that shop. So, and you have a temporary limitation between 15 and 20 minutes. Another of the problems, the parking spots. How did we sort out this? We have several parking lanes. Also, we created several parking areas around in the outskirts of the city, just within 5 minutes of the town center. And these parking spots are free. And finally, we have a service parking spot where you can enter the city, leave your car within 15-20 minutes, and you will have no problem. Actually, the Spanish mail office said last year in a research study that the fastest city to unload all the post is Pontevedra. So also we provided more accessibility to people like people with disabilities, uh, elderly, etc. So the design of the spaces is a key piece for us. It has to be a safe city. We were the first European city in setting up the speed limit in 30 kilometers per hour. And we installed these pedestrian ways that makes two things. Uh, um, Reduce the speed of the cars. They need to reduce even slower than 30 kilometers per hour. Uh, Another goal is to identify the spaces for pedestrians. So the pedestrian is the one that should walk calmly across the road, and it is the car that has to wait until the pedestrian crosses the road. So currently, we even reduce even more the speed. It's around 20 kilometers per hour, depending on the area. This is a feminist city, a city in which all women can go back home alone without the need of being accompanying or the company with anyone. So we thought that we needed to think about people. And when we think about people, we need to think first about children. Um, uh, in a place in which children can evolve personally. Their personality can evolve in the best possible way. Uh, Francesco Tonocci said that if a city was done for children, then the city would be done for everyone, and we believe so. Um, After all these changes, what happened? Well, there was a consumption on the people. So we prioritize the pedestrian mobility, the pedestrian and cyclist mobility. Nowadays, it's absolutely normal for people to walk to every place in the city, when before years ago, the normal thing was to drive by car. When we occupy the public space, when you occupy the public space, it is clear that you need to do something for the car not to invade that space again. So we started to prepare open air events on those spaces, art, dancing, theater, exhibitions. We've reduced the traffic we, uh, by 97% on the town center, uh, 50 minus 53% in the outskirts. For a people, for a city to work, we demonstrated that it's not necessary so much volume of cars. In 1999, we had 80,000 cars entering the city. Nowadays, we have 7,000 cars. The most important thing, in the last 10 years, we had zero deaths by car hits. We increased our population by a 33% in a context of a country that is reducing their population. And another thing, after all these processes, we had the international recognition with many awards at Intermodes, Jeremy Kogami Festival. Um, went to talk to Beijing, Mexico, Rome, Brussels, many important capitals. But the most important, we have been governing this city since 1999. and recovering and working on the self-esteem, collective self-esteem. Recently, a couple of years ago, we were on The Guardian, on the newspaper The Guardian. And for us, it was such a success because we were recognized internationally. If we wanted to pay for a marketing campaign, this is priceless. I mean, we wouldn't be able to pay such a marketing campaign for the city. So to conclude with, imagine a city of 84,000 people is talking in a summit in London, sharing a panel with experts, and being able to say the following thing: we believe that if everyone is working together, we can change cities, we can make cleanerly more breathier cities. But the most important, we want you all to come here to know our case, to visit our city, to we want to carry on learning from you all too. But if you don't believe what we are talking, come here, visit Pontevedra, stay here for a couple of weeks, double check what we are talking with you about, to see that it is real, and we will be delighted to be able to receive in you. Thank you very much for letting me talk about this, and we are at your disposal for any question you have.
Annabelle, thank you so much for that. What an absolutely inspirational tour de force. We're absolutely desperate to come and visit you in Spain, in Galicia. So we're getting our vaccines, we're getting our vaccine passports as fast as we can over here. And just some reflections really, to hear about a city for children is a city for everyone, and creating a feminist city, that's a very live debate in the UK at the moment. But also making pedestrians the kings and queens of the road rather than the car. I think there's some really useful learning about how we can transform grey cities into green cities. And as you say at the end, a huge marketing opportunity for the city to, show and share what can be done when you reduce your traffic by 90% on the road and totally transform the place where people live. So thank you so much for that. I'm sure there'll be a huge amount of questions coming in to you about that. We're going to turn now to our next speaker, Dr. Owen Devan, who is Senior Analyst at the UK Government's Climate Change Committee. Owen is the lead on surface transport analysis at the CCC, which is the UK Government's independent advisor on climate change mitigation and adaptation. He has worked in a variety of roles across government, most recently at the Department for Business, Energy and Industrial Strategy, and he has a doctorate in mathematical analysis from Cambridge, which studied on systems that govern smart, renewable focused energy grids. Owen has a strong understanding of the considerations involved in decarbonising our economy, which he considers to be the preeminent challenge and opportunity of our time. Owen, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mary. Good afternoon, everyone. So yeah, as Mary just said, I represent the CCC, the Climate Change Committee, which is the UK government's independent advisor on climate change mitigation and adaptation. And I'm going to give you a quick run through in 5 minutes of the role that walking and a bit of cycling can play in the UK's pathway to decarbonising its transport and wider economy transport system. So I'm going to start off with a quick quote from our recent 6th carbon budget publication, which neatly summarises the benefits of switching from cars to walking and cycling. And essentially the key message from that quote is that if we can walk and cycle more and drive less, then we can hopefully avoid our towns and cities looking like the picture I have in the background slide there. And the reason for this is that transport makes up a significant, in fact, the most significant portion of UK emissions. We can see this here on the left with the contribution of surface transport in the coloured bars at the top as a portion of the total UK stack of emissions. And then when we break this out over here on the right, you can see the purple bar representing cars makes up the biggest share, in fact, over 60% of surface transport sector emissions. And this is because together, collectively, we drive over 400 billion kilometers in our cars in the UK every year. And this produces almost 70 million tons of carbon emissions. So this is clearly the key challenge in this space. And so I've got a couple of charts there illustrating what these journeys look like. Over here on the left, you've got a chart showing that there's a whole range of different purposes underpinning these journeys. And you can imagine that some of these, not all of them, but some of these commuting and leisure trips in particular might be suitable for moving to other modes of travel. But I think the figure on the right is the real standout figure here, in that it shows that over half of all UK car journeys are less than 5 miles. And this is significant because while you're probably not going to walk a 25-mile journey, you might walk a 1-miler. Likewise, you might cycle 5 miles. So we're going to sort of talk you through a bit of how, based on this, our analysis builds up a picture of what level of car kilometers could potentially shift over to walking and cycling. And the way we do this is by applying a series of filters to the data. So we're going to start by focusing on those greater than 50% of trips that are less than 5 miles. And now, obviously, they're greater than 50% of the trips, but they're all quite short trips. So when you convert that to actual mileage, they make up about 15% of total car mileage. So that's the blue wedge I've illustrated here. And so we're not being prescriptive, but broadly speaking, maybe up to 1.5 miles, we could be looking at switching to walking. And incidentally, these are often the most stop-start, high-emitting journeys, so there could be a real impact here. And then maybe the sort of up to 5 miles, possibly a bit further with the introduction of e-bikes, e-scooters we've talked about, maybe even sort of combining with public transport, as Annabelle's presentation touched upon a minute ago, could get us further. But for the moment, we'll focus on the wedge of up to 5-mile journeys. And then we walk through a series of filters. So first of all, focus on the journeys made by the working age population. Now, it's not to say there won't be older people who are much better at cycling and walking than I am. There surely will. And likewise, there'll be some younger people for whom driving is the only suitable choice. But as a rough estimate, this takes us down to about 90% of that blue wedge. And then for safety and security purposes, it's reasonable to sort of focus only on daytime hour journeys. And then if we exclude purposes like food shopping, where you might legitimately need the boot space to carry your shopping, we're down to about 2/3 of the overall wedge. And then finally, a range of other exclusions we apply in our analysis for things like journeys that are time critical, trips where you need to transport equipment or goods, etc. This takes us down to about half of that blue wedge, or about 30 billion car kilometers, which could potentially be able to be switched to walking or cycling. Now, finally, what does this actually mean for emissions? Well, clearly it depends on how much of this potential shift actually occurs. And so in our 6 carbon budget scenarios, we assumed a range of different uptake scenarios. We've illustrated some of these over here on the right, but broadly in our central scenario, we assumed that maybe about 1/4 of this potential could be realized by 2035, maybe up to about 40% by 2050. And by that point, you're then avoiding about 2 to 4 million tons of carbon emissions from car journeys. So this is a really significant contribution to our emissions abatement pathways. And that's even before we mention all the range of other benefits we've heard about today: health benefits, reduced congestion, cost savings, etc. So I'd conclude by just saying that therefore you can really see that walking and cycling, active travel in general, have a really important, significant role to play in the UK's transition to net zero. And I'll leave you with a quote from last year's Climate Assembly, which essentially echoes that point and emphasizes that people should be encouraged to keep up the positive behaviors they've picked up during the pandemic, walking, running, and cycling a bit more. And if they do, then in the medium term, this should help us reduce the use of cars for shorter journeys. So thank you very much.
Thanks. I was just in the middle of tweeting that amazing fact that 30 billion car car journeys could be walked or cycled, saving up to 40% of the UK's carbon emissions. That's an extraordinary fact. Thank you very much indeed, Owen, for setting out that case so clearly and concisely for us, especially for those of us who do not have a doctorate in mathematical analysis from Cambridge. But that was very clear, and I do keep your questions coming in to Owen. We're going to move on now to Lisa Hopkinson, who is an associate at Transport for Quality of Life and a freelance environmental researcher. She has over 30 years experience in Hong Kong and the UK in the charitable, educational and private sectors, and has worked on numerous sustainable transport projects, including briefings on carbon and urban transport for Friends of the Earth, and recently on the potential for school streets for climate charity Possible and Mums for Lungs, both very good friends of Living Streets. She writes a regular column for Smart Transport Journal, including one on travel to school and parks for people, not cars. Lisa, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you very much, Mary, and hello. So today I'm going to talk about walking in the context of a wider range of transport policies that we need if we're going to take the climate emergency seriously. And walking is an essential part of that approach. So this is based on the briefings that you just mentioned, which can all be found on our website here. Sorry, it's a bit sticky. Right, I'm just going to go back to my, apologies. Oh, there we go. So as Owen outlined, there's an urgent need to decarbonise transport. So transport's a rogue sector. It's the only sector that has increased emissions since 1990, and road transport and cars are the main contributor. And switching to electric vehicles is not going to be fast enough or sufficient to transform our transport system. Over the next 10 years, we're going to have to cut car mileage, and this is going to require transformation, not incremental change. So how can we do this? So we need a whole different approach to transform transport planning that reduces the dominance of cars and changes the way we live our lives for the better. Replacing short car trips on its own has, relatively little impact on carbon emissions. It's still worth doing. It's worth doing for a whole host of other reasons. But walking as a package of a wider package to replace car journeys could have a transformational effect. So we need to reduce car dependency by replacing long and medium car trips with public transport combined with walking and cycling. And we need to plan our towns and cities better, both existing and new developments, to create a great environment for walking and cycling. And lastly, we need to avoid or restrain unnecessary car travel. So first, we need to create a comprehensive public transport system that promotes walking to buses and trams and stations. So in many parts of Europe, public transport services, they're frequent, they're connected, they run from early in the morning to late at night, 7 days a week, even in rural areas like this one in Austria shown. And this is because in many parts of Europe, public transport functions as a single integrated system, which is coordinated by public transport governing bodies to provide one network, one timetable, one ticket. And this is radically different from our deregulated, uncoordinated, privatized public transport system in the UK. So what we need to do is we need local authorities to regulate our bus and tram services, and we need the railway to be a single entity operating under public control and in the public interest. And we do have places in the UK that are promoting good walking access to public transport. So Stoke-on-Trent, shown here, and other places are pedestrianising the areas around their railway stations. So secondly, in existing settlements, we can reduce car dependency and encourage active travel through initiatives like low traffic neighbourhoods and school streets shown here. And I know these are going to be covered after lunch in more detail, but it's worth noting that these reduce traffic overall, and there's evidence that they lead to a fall in car ownership. And it's not just about one or two school streets or low traffic neighbourhoods. We should be inspired by Pontevedra and do the whole, every feasible neighbourhood and school. And again, it's not just replacing a short drive with a walk, it's about changing the whole way we live our lives and the way we get around. So we can all become like Pontevedra, hopefully. And then thirdly, for new developments, we need better planning to create homes and spaces that make walking the natural choice. So this is the Climate Innovation District in Leeds, which is being built by developer Situ. It's 500 low carbon, low rise homes. And it's designed as a car-free environment that encourages walking, cycling and play, focused around share gardens and parks. And Situ are also planning a car-free primary school. Yeah, but as well as making it more attractive for people to walk and cycle, we also need to make it less attractive to drive. And we think a pay-per-mile eco-levy is the best way to do that, with the price linked to distance-driven area as well as vehicle size and emissions. So even a modest charge of a few pence per kilometre could raise a large amount that would fund all these benefits that could transform transport, as well as free bus travel, which will increase level of walking. The benefits of an eco-levy would need to be delivered before charging is introduced so that people have alternatives, and would also need to be fair for people who have no choice but to drive. And although many of these measures seem quite radical, the COVID crisis has showed that we can have radical changes in travel behaviour. And although we need the government to act urgently, these are 10 immediate measures that we've identified that local authorities can take now to reduce car use. And many of these depend on walking or make walking more convenient and pleasant. So all of the ideas presented here today are already being implemented in other parts of the UK and other countries, and with political will and leadership, they can be achieved. And should see reducing traffic not as a hardship, but as an opportunity to make a positive benefit to the way we live, to improve air quality, improve public health, improve road safety, and all the things that Living Streets is fighting for. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Lisa, for that very brilliant tour around the horizons of what we need to do to change our cities. I certainly think Stoke-on-Trent has changed since I was last there on the train. Let me turn now to our final panellist, Dr. Ian Mudway, who is a member of the Environmental Research Group at Imperial College London. He is a senior lecturer at the School of Public Health there and a member of the MRC Centre for Environment and Health. He's the Asthma UK Centre in Allergic Mechanisms of Asthma and the NIHR Health Protection Research Unit in Environmental Exposures and Health. Ian has over 25 years experience researching the impacts of air pollution on health and in the development of tests to quantify the toxicity of the chemical cocktails that pollute the air we breathe. He has written over 120 research papers, and he's got the unenviable challenge of trying to sum up a lifetime's knowledge for us in a short presentation. Ian, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you very much for that. Let's see if I can share this. Hopefully that's working. I always think it's good to reflect when you're invited to give a talk on what they've actually asked you to do. And so I thought I'd just indicate at the top, they've asked me to give you an update on what the links are between poor air quality and health. And specifically within the context of this talk, traffic-related pollution, and then to drift into a discussion of recommendations which could be put in place to improve human health and what the potential benefits of modal transport shifts are. And I'm not going to throw lots of data at you. I'm just going to give you this picture, really, to focus your attention on the fact that air pollution and our understanding of air pollution on health has evolved. I think I take it as read that everybody's aware that sort of like air pollution episodes exacerbate asthma. I take it as read that people realize that people who live in more polluted cities have higher rates of cardiovascular deaths. This has been established for 20 years. But what I'd like to do is really just reflect on the fact that this is a moving field and the evidence base has evolved. And one of the ways it's evolved is that we've realized that air pollution is something which impacts upon the entire life course of the population. So it focuses on the young. It impacts on their developmental trajectories. There's lots of evidence showing stunted lung development in children living in polluted cities. And these aren't cities in India or Beijing. I'm just going to cite studies coming from contemporary UK studies. We know this is happening to our population now. We know there are associations with low birth weight in women giving birth in polluted urban settings. And we know that actually there are adverse effects occurring even during adulthood, where everybody thinks they're sort of biologically bulletproof. One of the things we often do in air pollution science is we tell you how many people are dying of what. What we don't do is tell you that air pollution over the long term, over 10, 20 years, actually plays a role in contributing to the development of those diseases. So whilst we often say people die of cardiovascular events, we probably don't make enough play of the fact that during adulthood, air pollution is linked to hypercholesterolemia, high blood pressure, the risk factors that contribute towards the late life increased risk in cardiovascular disease. These are really important points because it means everybody is affected to some extent. And it also means that the air we breathe now in our cities is going to deliver adverse health effects maybe 20, 30, 40 years downstream. So that the action needs to be taken now because the horizon of ill health stretches far into the future. The other thing I wanted to talk about in this slide was simply that there's a new risk. And it's become apparent over the last 5 years that air pollution affects the brain. Not only does it affect cognitive development in children, but there's now very strong evidence that it's associated to dementia risk and to mental health in adolescence through into adulthood. Links to anxiety, links to depression, even very strong statistically robust links to psychosis. These are expensive health endpoints which have not been factored into the cost which is currently attributed to air pollution per annum. So there are variable figures for this, 13 to 20 billion pounds per annum as the cost of air pollution, largely based on exposures to fine particles in the air and cardiovascular risks. That figure, with the evidence coming out on dementia, is a significant underestimate of what the true cost is going to turn out to be. So the science is moving, and the science is moving and saying, if anything, the risks are even more pressing than we thought they were to begin with. The other thing I was asked to reflect upon was, can you reduce your exposures? And I always have to put a caveat on this. I sometimes worry that politicians might like people to reduce their exposures rather than dealing with the sources of pollution directly themselves. The reality is you have to do both. People have to take some ownership of protecting themselves, but government have to reduce the emissions of sources. The two things have to work hand in hand. And I only thought I'd put this up because this is a study I did with a Dutch student. He walked along a busy road, he walked along a quiet road, and did it make a difference? Well, these are black carbon particles from a diesel exhaust, busy road, low pollution road, 50% reduction. These are ultrafine nanoparticles from the exhaust of vehicles, a 50% reduction. So walking is great, but it's also great if you can walk somewhere where there's low pollution. The two things go hand in hand. And then finally, I just wanted to leave you with this. I live in central London. Every day I walk into work and I walk past the Walworth Health Clinic. And on its wall, it has the following plaque, which I think is fundamental to the discussions today. It is, the health of the people is the highest or the primary law. I think this is absolutely fundamental. It trumps discussions of economy. And in fact, I hate discussions which play economy against public health because it's a synthetic argument. The public's health is the most important thing. Thank you.
That's a rousing Latin statement on which to end. I had Hippocrates, the Greek, and you've had Cicero, but you're absolutely right. He was right. And some absolutely astonishing research there around the impact of air pollution on the brain. We have a short time for questions. We've got several questions for Pontevedra, but I'm going to begin with a question for Owen from Dennis, who says, West Midlands has a lot of long distance commuting and leisure traffic from ever-growing dormitory communities. Do we need to tackle the hyper-commuting problem by road pricing, the A roads and motorways that generate this increasing phenomenon? And a question to Ian from Jane. She'd like to know the evidence between poor air quality and psychosis. Other associated variables were presumably robustly excluded. So two very specific questions for Owen first, then Ian.
So yeah, thanks. It's a really good question. And the CCC, we're really keen on kind of tackling our emissions problem as it is through a range of methods. So we would like to see reductions in commuting through increased use of home working, which we've seen this year be remarkably successful, I think, and we hope that we can really see those benefits be taken through in a longer term sense. On the issue of road pricing, as we transition to driving electric cars, there's obviously going to be a gap in fiscal revenue for the Exchequer through fuel duty revenues dropping and eventually broadly going away. And so we do think road pricing is likely to be needed, and we would certainly encourage those schemes to be done in a sort of nuanced, well thought through way that can really encourage or sort of discourage driving in the most highly emitting roads, the most congested roads, the areas that sort of impact people the most. And yeah, we're very supportive of local interventions that we've already seen to that end, things like low emission zones that we've talked about earlier today.
Great. Thanks for that, Owen. And Ian, air quality and psychosis.
Well, it's another really good question, because cities are bad for your mental health, and air pollution is highest in the cities. So how do you exclude all the other factors that could contribute towards mental health disease? And I have to say, when we found the association, our first tendency was to try to disprove it by dealing with every conceivable confounder we could possibly consider. And this was an interesting study in that we had individual level information on the individuals. So we could do very detailed, if you like, testing for all the other associations. And we included the measures of urbanation and sort of like decay and everything else, and it didn't go away. It's a very robust finding, and we're not the only ones who've shown it. So it doesn't go away when you deal with the normal confounders, to use the statistical term, and it's being replicated in a large number of studies globally at the present moment in time.
Absolutely amazing. And I think the whole air pollution debate is replicating a bit of the debate around lead in petrol. It emerges, people can't quite believe it. And then once we realise the kind of public policy consequences, there's a huge rush. Okay, we have a question which I will put to Lisa around: is there a conflict between air pollution advice to stick to quiet routes and personal safety advice from e.g. from the Susie Lamplugh Trust, which is to stick to busy routes? A very topical question in the light of tragic events in London. And we've got a question from Margaret to our colleagues in Pontevedra, to Annabelle. Is it the case that Pontevedra only attracts local traffic and there is no through traffic? I think you said yes to that. And there was a sort of howl from Roxy and Wendy. Why can't we implement the Pontevedra approach in UK cities? I think we're all asking ourselves that howl of pain. But I'll hand that back to maybe Lisa and Annabelle to answer as well.
Do you want me to go first, Mary? Yeah. Just in terms of quiet streets versus busy roads. I mean, our response to that would be, I know there's been a bit of a backlash. People saying, either low traffic neighbourhoods pushing traffic onto busy roads. And the safety issue came up as well there. And we think we should be making all streets safer, including busy roads. So it's not just about low traffic neighbourhoods. It's about the whole city, town, urban areas, even small towns. Whether it's clean air zones, road pricing, low traffic neighbourhoods, school streets, the synergies of having all of these combined really makes it much more effective and gets more people out on the streets, which in turn makes it safer for women walking and cycling at night. But there's other things we can do as well to address safety as well.
And what do you think the blockages are to the Pontevedra approach in the UK?
I think political will and leadership, really. I mean, I think a lot of local authorities and certainly transport planners, they would love to do this. They know what needs to be done. I think there's a capacity and funding issue at local authority level, and I think all of the signals from government are going the wrong way. 27 billion on road building, and peanuts for sort of for buses and active travel. The gear change and the active travel funding that came through last year. Fantastic. And that's you've seen a burgeoning of interest in local authorities putting in segregated walking and cycling networks, low traffic neighbourhoods. I think if you give local authorities the capacity and the funding, they will do it. That's what people want.
Brilliant. Annabelle, and also a question here about the effect on pedestrianisation. If removing traffic from urban areas increases economic prosperities as well as health, should the conversation be about putting more money in people's pockets as well as making neighbourhoods more attractive to people? So the economic argument and the local traffic argument and perhaps the political argument. You were very clear it was a political choice for you and your colleagues.
Sí, a ver, empezamos por el principio.
Yes, in the beginning, the local traffic. Pontevedra is a small city, especially compared to London, but we make it, well, we are the capital of the province of in Galicia, and in a region with over 250,000 people that drive to Pontevedra to work, doing shopping, and they were generating a traffic problem. So we were, we thought that the framework should be the same for everyone, for people, for locals, and for everyone who were driving to the town. So if you were driving to the town, you had to leave your car in the parking spots around the city. So we created new lanes around the city. We were instructing people who were driving to Pontevedra that if you were bringing your car, it was going to take you much longer than if you were coming walking by walk. And so nowadays, the metro is here. He is the person responsible for this. We in an ambitious project of transport public. But I want to say that the traffic volume we were supporting was similar to much larger cities because of the volume of people who are coming to the capital of province. Economic problems. Yeah, this is the always debate. But this debate was also here in Pontevedra. They were thinking that, yes, we're going to lose money. But in Pontevedra, this didn't happen because when we implemented the first transformations, shoppers, retailers were the first ones that saw that we were creating gigantic showcases for them, like exhibition areas for them. People were able to walk, see their shops. So you didn't have a car parking right in front of your shop. So we could see that the shopping malls are the shopping malls that work best are the ones that are in the pedestrian areas. So there are any more money if they're in pedestrian areas than if you are in traffic areas. So for example, you have the case of Zara. Zara installed their shops in the pedestrian areas. And I think Amancio Ortega, who is a Galician person, who is the CEO of Zara, knows about business. And why does he decide to install their shops on the pedestrian areas? Well, it's logical. So local traffic was solved this way. No economic problems. We dynamize the local economy. We got an increase in demographics. Pontevedra the population of Pontevedra was growing in a context in which most of the large Galician cities are decreasing. I don't know if I answered your question, but more or less is that.
That's absolutely brilliant. I think it's really interesting to hear that you've managed to keep children and families living in the city at a time when there's depopulation happening in other places, and I think that's really a really important lesson, particularly for some of our rural areas where the voice of the car driver in the UK in particular is often the dominant voice. One final question. I think I'm going to put this to Lisa and perhaps Ian, from David about car club usage, which shows that each shared car club space leads to 10 fewer private cars. Is there, what room do you think there is for shared ownership? Has this happened? Well, I'll ask Annabelle this as well. Is there a car club in Pontevedra? And because obviously if these were electric cars, this would substantially improve congestion and air pollution. So we can have a quick 1 minute from each of our panelists on the role of car clubs and any final thoughts. Let's start with you first, please, Lisa.
Yeah, I think car sharing and car clubs, that's part of the solution, isn't it? Particularly for people that can't afford and why have a car sitting there for 90% of the time that you're not using? And I think one of the speakers earlier said that once you start paying for the car every time you use it, it makes you think twice about a journey. So absolutely. But I think most towns and small cities in the UK do not have car clubs. So but definitely an electric car club should be part of the solution.
Yeah, definitely a bit more of a London phenomenon rather than a Wakefield phenomenon, a city that I know well. Ian, any thoughts on car clubs?
Well, anything which consolidates journeys so there are fewer journeys is a good thing. But I would also say at this point that in terms of discussion with people who are wedded to their cars, almost sort of like as a belief system for their universe, we have to communicate to them that they have the highest exposures. Somehow this has not been done, that people haven't turned this back to them and said, do you realize of all the people being exposed to traffic related pollution, you are the most exposed group on average, particularly in urban areas. And if we did that more, maybe they'd see the benefit of reducing the number of sort of kilometers they drive.
Brilliant point, of course, because the filtration system in cars is directly placed next to the tailpipe of the car in front of you. I remember saying that once on, I think, Radio 2, and people were just astonished to hear it. So I think people just don't hear it or can't hear that sort of fact. Owen, what do you think about the role of electric vehicles? Chris Boardman has said that in some ways they're our biggest problem in terms of, getting people to take up walking and cycling. Has the CCC factored them into its modelling?
Yeah, absolutely. So the transition to electric vehicles is clearly vital in delivering sort of decarbonisation of transport. But there is a kind of myth that you often hear, which is that if everyone's driving an electric car, then surely they can just drive as much as they want and they don't need to worry about alternatives. And this is quite a dangerous myth because it is wrong, because there are still clear benefits to reducing car use. For instance, less congested roads, more pleasant walking environment, easier roads for people to travel on when they absolutely do need to drive somewhere. And also even a fully electric car emits harmful particulates from brakes and from tires, sometimes more than from a traditional car because of the sort of heavier weight. So while it reduces sort of carbon emissions from the tailpipe, there can still be damaging emissions coming out of that vehicle. And then finally, of course, there's the cost. Walking is free, so consumers can spend their money on other things as well as having a better lifestyle and better health.
Thanks, Owen. And Annabelle, final thoughts from you on electric vehicles and car clubs?
Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. About car clubbing, we haven't implemented a policy on this yet about car sharing, but we have work centers. There are some work centers to which neighbors of the city share their cars to go there. Also share coach lines to go to work. So there are special coaches to take these employees to their office.
Okay. Thank you all very much indeed. We are literally 1 minute to our closing time. So can I thank all of our fantastic speakers this morning, Lisa Hopkinson, Dr. Ian Mudway, Dr. Owen Devan, and Annabel Gulias and Dimitrio Gomez from Pontevedra. We very much hope that we will be coming to see your beautiful car-free city very, very soon. And we look forward to doing a bit of tapas with you and enjoying the sweet sound of silence and pottering around the shops. That's certainly a brighter future that we can all look forward to and hope for. Thank you very much indeed for taking the trouble to be with us and to address our walking summit this morning. That concludes our morning session. Thank you all very much indeed.
Something exciting is happening in our communities. People up and down the country are taking responsibility for their streets and taking action to make things better. Living Streets is a charity and our work is to improve the walking environment. Our local groups are made up of passionate and committed individuals who are making our streets, school routes easier, safer and more accessible for everyone.
I believe in the idea of ordinary people getting involved in trying to make improvements to their local area.
I suppose it's another way of feeling like you're contributing to discussion about what shape you want your community to have.
It's how I get involved in things, is to organise ways of making things better.
My personal motivation is I want to see people being able to walk safely on the street, so I want children to be able to walk to school. I want the streets to be more enjoyable.
For me, the personal thing is that I did try, at least I did try to change things.
We look to our local group network to really make those changes in communities, to be able to address the problems that they face because they have the local knowledge. So you're the local expert. You know what the problems are in your area and you may well know the solutions too.
We need to change the hierarchy for road users in Bristol to ensure that car users and pedestrians don't encounter conflicts and that being a pedestrian is the easiest way to travel in the city.
There's far too much car domination on our streets. And I don't think it's acceptable. I don't think the level of danger is acceptable.
We do have issues around road danger and air quality.
Every local Living Streets group is different. How they run and the issues that they focus on are defined by the people that are involved and their wider community.
So yeah, we've done a lot of work with the local school, Moortown Primary, and we've also helped to set up a park and stride at the local supermarket. We do want to try and work with all members of the community so that everyone can benefit from walking.
In the last year we've looked at some practical things. We've done walkability studies on a main route, looking at how we can improve the experience for the pedestrian.
So this is Love Lane Green. This used to be all overgrown with lots of brambles and nettles, and then over time not only have we sort of cleared the land, sort of added in the play equipment and the tables and things, and we planted trees.
We're going to have an event this evening. We are doing that event to try to raise awareness of the idea of low traffic neighbourhoods and to hopefully encourage the council to think about low traffic neighbourhoods as a possible way to improve Bromley.
So we're standing here on Princess May Road, which has one of the 6 Hackney community parklets, which are basically community gardens and seating places that anyone can use on the street.
As a local group, you're joining a UK-wide network of like-minded people, sharing ideas, knowledge and years of experience.
Partnering with Living Streets and setting up a local group is a great way of having sort of a really strong identity that people can relate to.
So Living Streets set me up with a mentor and he's been incredibly helpful. There are resources available on the website, but then there is also the personal contact as well.
And you've also got this huge pool of volunteers and other groups within Living Streets that can help with social media and give you ideas on how to promote your campaign. So there is that huge resource available.
Our local groups put walking front and centre of everything they do, whether that's making streets work for everyone or encouraging more people to walk.
I think the big thing for me was realising that I didn't have to schedule really official meetings every month to make Living Streets Croydon a thing, that actually it was just about finding space to have some conversations with people I wanted to talk to anyway.
Well, Living Streets have been really helpful and supportive. They really amplify our message through their sort of national presence, and we've been able to get in touch with local councillors and they really understand what we're trying to do, which is fantastic.
Personally, I found the involvement in Living Streets has opened up new avenues that I hadn't been involved in before.
It's good to empower people to do things to improve the area where they live.
So from very small seeds, you know, it's a very successful programme, and I'd say yes, thanks to Living Streets.
Our vision for Living Streets local groups is that there is a local group in every city, town, village, or even for a cluster of streets.
Starting up a local group is really simple and it just gives you that back-in from a national organisation that will really be supportive and help you achieve your aims.
Our local Living Streets groups really do make a difference. If you've seen something in your town, city or neighbourhood that you want to change, then we can help you make that happen. Get in touch.
Living Streets, the UK charity for everyday walking, has a big ambition that every child that can walks to school. Did you know that at peak times, 1 in 4 cars on the road are on the school run? Unfortunately, the number of cars on the street can make it unsafe for us to walk to school. Today, only 1 in 5 children are meeting recommended physical activity levels and 1 in 5 children leave primary school obese.
Apart from the fumes, which is bad for the children's health, there's also the danger of a lot of cars.
The safety element of cars pulling up, overtaking each other, going too fast in a 20.
How we travel to school is important for our health, our safety and for the environment. This is why Living Streets created WOW, the year-round Walk to School challenge to encourage more and more children and families to walk to school. WOW is now enjoyed by thousands of schools across the UK.
WOW is a scheme where the children self-report every day how they've travelled to school.
And the children love that responsibility and they really like to
show that they come a healthy way.
Yeah, it's really easy to do because we have our interactive whiteboards.
You have loads of people's names and you have a little picture as well. So you click on yours and there would be options to like walk, park and stride, bike.
If you travel to school in a sustainable and active way at least one day a week for a month, you are awarded a WOW badge. On average, WOW schools will see a 23% rise in children walking and a 30% reduction in the number of cars pulling up to the school gates.
So one of the main motivators, I think, for our children is the interactive whiteboard, how colourful Living Streets have made the travel tracker.
I don't stop the class, I don't stop teaching and learning to make sure it's done. The children have taken full ownership of that and they love the leadership responsibility of that.
They really want to walk now and they do enjoy doing it and they're getting the parents in on it as well now.
One day I tell my daughter, okay, let's get into the car and let's go to school. She said, no, I lose my badge and I lose my fitness.
It's just healthier for him, and it makes him more road aware. He knows now when he's walking to stop. He knows not to go out in front of cars.
My son's favourite part of school is probably pretending that the seagulls are pterodactyls and they're chasing them and we're on a big mad run. He does that every morning.
The WOW badges are the children's favourite thing. There are 11 to collect over the school year and each badge features colourful designs created by children. All badges are made from recycled yoghurt pots which were destined for landfill. Living Streets are committed to sustainability and to avoid waste will turn unused badges into brilliant new WOW rollers for schools.
The impact of the WOW initiative on the children has been massive, especially when they get their badges. You can see the happy smiling faces, the fact that they know they've achieved something.
Getting a badge at the end of a month because you can show that you have walked to school has been hugely motivational for them. They're so enthusiastic.
It makes me feel a bit more excited that I might be getting a badge.
I like collecting the badges too because every time you can like show your friends and parents and that.
This one is for the winter. First we got this in January because it was very cold.
I think she's got the most badges.
My favourite one is the snowman one because I like snowman. WOW is simple, it's fun, it's educational and it's happening now right across the United Kingdom. It is designed to tackle congestion and child inactivity, but its effects are felt far beyond these core functions.
It's a big incentive to get the children healthier and fitter, and that means they learn better, they concentrate better.
Me and my sister, we start to catch up a lot more because we started park and stride and we're going to know each other a lot more.
So the WOW scheme has enabled me to feel more confident about the children inside our school gates and also outside our school gates.
WOW can be tailored to suit your school and your classroom. It is also designed to be affordable with various options for funding based on your school situation.
But the best thing about WOW is it's making the children want to walk. And that is hopefully giving them good habits for life.
I'd absolutely recommend WOW to any head teachers. Get involved. It really has made a big difference to us.
If you want your school to join this national movement of walking children, get in touch with Living Streets via their website.
Zebra crossings, urban speed limits, the driving test. These major achievements wouldn't have happened without Living Streets members. For close to a century, our members have combined their voices to make streets better for walking. We need more members to make an even bigger change, and the time is now. We are Living Streets, the charity for everyday walking. The pandemic has highlighted inequalities and made them worse. Loneliness, isolation, and air pollution are hitting the most vulnerable the hardest. Over the next 5 years, we want to speak up for walking and end car dominance for good. By becoming a member, you will join our movement for change. Together we are stronger. Together we can make change happen and make sure everyone has better streets and can choose to walk. We know the majority care about their streets, neighbourhoods, towns and cities. So, join thousands of others across the UK. Become a member today. Walk with us.
Well, hello, good afternoon and welcome to our session around walking to school and low traffic neighbourhoods. I'm Dean Jeffries, Living Streets' Director of Local Impact, leading a staff team of around 70 colleagues who support over 2,000 schools across the UK with their work and interventions to encourage healthy lifestyles and inspiring young people and their parents and guardians to choose walking as the obvious way to travel to and from nursery, school, college, and university. So what is the problem? Well, the school run accounts for 1 in 5 cars on the road at the morning peak, significantly increasing congestion and reducing network efficiency. With over 2,000 schools and nurseries in England and Wales located in areas with illegal levels of population, children are at risk from long-term lung damage, both at school and as they travel to school. Yet the benefits of walking to school for many families are clear in terms of the known health benefits that regular walking can have for children and accompanying adults. Local air quality can also be improved by reducing congestion and idling vehicles at the school gate. Furthermore, leaving the car at home can save a household an average of £400 a year. And of course, the COVID-19 pandemic has served as a timely reminder that healthy lifestyles are a key way of avoiding long-term illness. Sadly, 2,455 children were killed or seriously injured on our roads in 2019. That's 400 more than in 2014. We need to decrease this number, while at the same time ensuring that walking and active travel are seen as the preferred method for travelling to and from school. To help deliver behaviour change, we have WOW, our flagship behaviour change programme. Funded by the DFT in some areas and commercially available to schools and councils, we engage with thousands of young people each year and their families in the hope of encouraging active travel and long-term behaviour shifts. Over 2,000 primary schools already take part each year across Great Britain, recording over 500,000 annually. 17 million trips are recorded annually on our WOW activity tracker, our innovative recording system, which shows how young people travel to school and recognises active travel with WOW badges, with designs made by young people themselves. In Sheffield City region alone, in 1920, we saw an increase of 40% in walking in 1 year, accompanied by 54% fewer car journeys being recorded on the school run. This is frankly remarkable. So what else can we do? Of course, there are low traffic neighbourhoods, using modal filters to create neighbourhoods that are low traffic or traffic free, creating safer space and more pleasant spaces for walking and cycling. We also need to ensure the safety of the walk to school for children, combining school streets with other interventions such as play streets, low traffic neighbourhoods, safer crossings, and 20 is plenty zones. In this brief half-hour session, we will hear from two of our amazing Living Streets schools, one pre-recorded and one live, and we'll get the chance to hear direct about the difference that WOW can make. To kick us off, I'm delighted though to hand over to my colleague Catherine McCoy, our project coordinator in South Gloucestershire. Catherine, the screen is yours.
Hello everyone, really nice to be with you today. So I've been project coordinator in South Gloucestershire, working in partnership with them to encourage active travel on the journey to school. We work with 20 primary schools, and there's two elements to our particular project, working with the road safety team. The behaviour change, which is what we do with Living Streets, and developing skills. So my colleague Andy, he delivers workshops for pedestrian skills, scooter training, safer, fitter, greener workshop, and also journey planning for year 6. And then I assist with the behaviour change, encouraging the children to actively travel to walk, bike, scoot and park and stride to school using WOW. So I assist the school in setting up. We do the training for the teachers as well as the WOW monitors if the school chooses to use them. So that's 2 pupils from each class to help run the WOW system. We do launch assembly, they get their badges. I'm wearing a few from previous years already. Pre-COVID, we would be able to do Strider, who's our great big mascot, who comes to the school and encourages the children and parents to make those active journey choices. And then we also provide lots of continued support through e-newsletters, lesson plans and things like that. And we also do Burst the Bubble, which is a park and stride initiative to try and encourage the children to park and stride if they live too far away and can't walk the whole way. We help with identifying park and stride sites if that's necessary, and also conduct school route audits where we identify the barriers to walking in and around the school, and then make some recommendations to try and alleviate those barriers. And so the school that you'll be hearing live from, Cadbury Heath, we've just recently done a school route audit with them. So the 2 schools that you're going to hear from are Longwell Green and Cadbury Heath, both schools in residential areas on the outskirts of Bristol within South Gloucestershire. Longwell Green has been with us since 2018, so coming up to 3 years now, and Cadbury Heath joined us just in September 2020. I'd just like to share with you some figures that will allow you to see how they have done so far. So as you can see on the screen, Longwell Green, year on year, their walking rate baseline increases, as does by the end of their time in the academic year doing WOW, that increases, and their active travel increases, as well as the car use is dropping year on year. And then with Cadbury Heath, because they've just started with us obviously this academic year, even now, so these are the results up to the end of December, because obviously the schools were closed with January and February, the baseline and the final figures are increasing. So WOW really can make that impact. So back over to Dean.
Fabulous, thank you, Catherine. So we're going to hear from two of our amazing schools today and some of our amazing young people. And the first is a pre-recorded video from Longwell Green School. As you can imagine, schools are back at the moment, meeting face to face, and it's an exciting time for all the young people. And of course, they're doing lots of catch-up stuff. So this school, first of all, chose to do a little video for us. And we're really pleased today to hear from Robin, Ava and Enzo, who are going to share with us some of their thoughts about WOW, our Walking to School programme. So let's hand over to the video.
What do you like about walking to school?
I like walking to school because it lets off energy before doing schoolwork.
How has WOW changed the way you get to school?
Travel Tracker and Strider has motivated me and my family to walk to school and to get outside.
What do you like about walking to school?
I like walking to school because it gives you lots of fresh air and lots of exercise.
How has WOW changed the way you get to school?
WOW encourages me to walk to school because I know that I will get a badge at the end.
What do you like about walking to school?
I like walking to school because it gives you exercise, and there's a lot of exercise needed for around this time because not many people do it.
How has WOW changed the way you get to school?
I think there is a lot of encouragement. There's a lot of encouraging people because people have a lot of support from Travel Tracker and Strider.
Fabulous, and how great to hear from the young people from Longwell Green School. And a huge thanks again to Robin, Ava and Enzo, and of course Mrs Webb, their Year 4 teacher, for arranging that short montage with us. We're now actually going to go live to some actual young people physically, face to face. And I'm delighted to be joined this afternoon by Mrs Harris, head teacher at Cadbury Heath Primary School, and indeed to be joined also by Jacob, Riley, Neve and Phoebe, who are with us this afternoon. So hello, everybody.
Hello.
Good afternoon.
Hello.
Hello.
It's there.
Well, I'm sure Mrs. Harris, they're not normally like this, and
No, they're not normally this quiet.
Of course, the advantage of doing things online is there's a mute button, which there isn't in a normal school setting. But we want them to be actually as active as possible today and tell us lots of really good stuff. But we're going to start by talking to you, if that's okay, and to find out a bit more about WOW and the impact that you'd say it's had on your school. So what would you say are the benefits of WOW to Cadbury Heath?
I think one of the biggest benefits is that we get to have happier and healthier children coming to school. They're exercising more, and you know, that fresh air before they get into school. It's really lovely to see on the gate the children all walking in, or we have quite a lot of children who bike and scoot as well, so they go for the more active travel on wheels. And I think as well, it's enabled us to give some real responsibility to our children to really consider how they're travelling to school, and also what we can do to make walking to school much easier for our families. So as Catherine's already mentioned, our house captains were involved in the school route audit, where they worked with Catherine and someone from the South Gloucestershire Highways to talk about the different ways that our families travel to school, and maybe any areas where it was made it quite tricky to walk to school, so that, you know, they have a voice and they're having an impact on our local infrastructure to make it easier for families to make these healthier choices. And our eco counsellors are doing a project around how we can encourage fewer cars to come into school. So it's really giving the children that the sense of empowerment, that they have a voice, they can have a say, and they can make a difference. And I think that's really, really important for our young people. And it improves the environmental impact that travelling to Cadbury Heath has on our local neighbourhood as well.
Fabulous. And how easy was it to get everyone on board and to make some change?
Wow, I mean, the badges have been a big hit. The children love earning the badges and all the different designs. And what's really nice is we're coming around to that time of the year where I get involved in designing some of the badges themselves. So that is going to be really good. We've also made sure it has quite a high profile in the school as well. So we've borrowed a Living Streets banner. We've got that out to remind parents we'd rather they walk to school or parked and strode if possible. We have a Living Streets section of our webpage, so that there's all the latest information on there. The Park and Stride map is on there. And we had a big, during sort of January, before we knew lockdown was going to happen, we'd already agreed, as sort of our community, we're going to have a Burst the Bubble selfie event, so that anyone who, we have sort of stickers on lampposts, And if you park outside and then walk into school, you've burst that bubble and you're parking in stride and you get your active travel. What was really nice was, even though we then locked down and we didn't have all of our school community coming into school, we made it to as part of the daily exercise. So we've got a little slideshow of selfies of families that have found those stickers and burst the bubble whilst out on their daily exercise or coming into school. So that's been really nice. And we've incorporated it as well with earning our Mode Shift Stars Bronze accreditation around sort of promoting the active lifestyles through active travel to school. So it has been quite a big sort of feature of our school and what we're trying to offer our community.
Fabulous. And what sort of difference would you say it's made around the school gates?
Around the school gates, it's been hard to tell because of lockdown. We've had less traffic. I think it's something that we still do need to work on. We have seen that there has been a drop in car usage. Obviously, Catherine shared those figures already, and the children are enjoying more active travel. And it's been lovely to see more families parking and striding. And you can see it's lovely seeing parents and children having those time to talk on their way into school. But there's still a way to go. I feel I'm on the gate every morning welcoming our families. There's still a lot of traffic out there. There's still a lot of cars out there. And so that is going to be, we're going to do a little bit of pester power and a little bit of pupil power. And so our eco counsellors are going to take up the mantle for that one. And we're going to be doing some projects around just highlighting how we can reduce the amount of cars around our school gates.
Fabulous. And you talked about the children obviously want to get involved and to earn their badges and stuff. How have the children embraced the whole concept of walking to school?
They really do enjoy it. They really they like to tell you that if they've walked, they're always very proud if they've walked to school, especially if they've done park and stride and maybe they used to be in the car. They're like, no, we've walked today. We've walked, Mrs. Harris. I can get my chart today, and they quite enjoy having that responsibility of being a travel tracker monitor as well. And that's done differently in different classes. So some classes they assign a travel tracker monitor for the term. Others everyone gets to have the chance for a week, and then it's someone else's turn. So it's they have really enjoyed that aspect of it as well, and that pride in getting to boss everyone else around to make sure they've done it, and finding out how other people are travelling into school as well.
Fabulous. Well, Mrs. Harris, we're going to let you take a breather for a second because head teachers are busy people and you need to catch your breath. But even more excited, we're going to chat to some young people. And we've got to say, Jacob with us, Riley and Neve are going to kick us off to start with. And then Phoebe, who's an eco-counsellor at the school, is going to share some thoughts too, which is really quite exciting. So first of all, across Jacob, Riley and Neve, what do you like best about WOW and why do you like walking to school? Jacob?
I ride my bike to school every day. Other children in our school have said that they like to get fit by walking into school and explore different routes and paths.
Fabulous. Riley?
As well as helping us get fitter by walking, we get to chat with our parents on the walk, and now we are helping to save the planet.
Fabulous.
I have enjoyed being a travel tracker monitor. I like hearing about how other children have come to school. All of our classes have said they really enjoy earning the badges.
Fabulous. And I really like the point about having more time. I think it was Riley's point about chatting more to your friends and your family on the way into school. I think one of the things the pandemic has given us perhaps is more family time, more chance to perhaps to talk to each other, spend more time with each other and to get out about and walk as well. So that's fantastic. So that's really, really good. And I think Phoebe, who's I know one of the school's eco counsellors, is going to tell us a bit about what she's noticed about the difference around the school gates. Phoebe.
We haven't really seen much difference at the gates. It still feels quite busy. I am an eco-counsellor and we're going to have a special project to reduce the number of cars at the gate as part of the eco-council.
Fabulous. And I think It's really, really important. And what is quite exciting is that we've got, young people in a primary school who want to be an eco-counsellor and are really, really worried about the future of the planet. Because old people like myself, we won't be here in the future, children, I'm afraid, but you're going to inherit the world. And it's also really important that we leave it in a good place for the rest of you. So that's really, really exciting, Phoebe, and good to hear. But also good to hear that you want it to go further. You want to reduce the number of schools, that's wishful thinking, the number of cars around the school. And you want to actually have, safer places to go out and to play. And what about the WOW badges? What do you feel about earning those? Are they a good incentive? Do they make a difference? Who'd like to tell us something about the WOW badges?
Do you like having the badges, Neve?
Yeah.
Yeah. Does it make you think more about walking to school if you know you can earn a badge at the end of the month?
Yeah, and then you get a little badge.
Yeah.
Fabulous.
I like walking to school because I can really exercise my legs and get them stronger.
And that's really, really important. And I'll tell you something, Jacob, as someone who's been working from home quite a lot this year, and this isn't my home. I don't have the sort of Living Streets colours on my bedroom wall, sadly. But I've been working from home quite a lot this year. And I've missed even just walking around, walking to work, walking to the station and things like that. So really, really important, Jacob, as you say, to keep moving, keep those legs big and strong. And one day, you're probably taller than me already, to be fair, but one day you'll be even taller by keeping big, active and healthy as well. So that's really, really exciting. We've had some questions come in, and they're more for us, I think, rather than Cadbury Heath, but we might think of some supplementaries as we go. And I might ask Catherine about the first one, if that's okay, which is a question from Chris Dugmore, who's asking about school streets and how we can make a bit of a difference. How can we work with local communities to perhaps encourage councils and others to make sure school streets are a visible thing on their agenda?
School streets have been working in South Gloucestershire. Actually, they have been trialling that this year. So there are 3 schools that we're working with, and it helps because it just reinforces that message that the school entrances and the area around the school shouldn't be for the cars, and that's for the people, for the children and for their families to walk there. So it's really had a positive benefit by, in conjunction with WOW, the school street is closed to those vehicles at those particular times, just at the drop off and pick up time, and then it just makes it safer and nicer environment for the children to walk to school and walk into the gates.
Fabulous. And I've got another question here from Mike Clay, which perhaps Miss Harris might be able to feed into, which is about how can parents and others engage with schools in these non-face-to-face times in terms of working together and co-designing things to make a difference? How can people outside of perhaps face-to-face work with schools like yourselves?
I think we've had to think quite hard about how we work with parents generally over the last year, really. And I think that, we've done quite a lot of work using, electronic forms and questionnaires that we send home and get parental feedback through that. And also thinking about how we can then also utilise things like Teams and Zoom to have parent forums to sort of get parents' opinions and to make parents feel that they're still involved and still engaged, even though we can't necessarily do more traditional events sort of in and around school.
Fabulous. And I think, we've all had to be a bit inventive. Normally this conference would be face-to-face and we'd all have travelled, or maybe we wouldn't. Perhaps this is a chance to engage with you guys in a way that we wouldn't have done if we'd all been face-to-face on a different way. I've got a question that's coming actually for the young people. So I'm going to go straight to that one because I want to keep them engaged and active too. So it's been a long day.
Now. They're all sat cross-legged on the floor listening. They're like, oh, quick, we'll stand up.
This is a question from Isabel, which says, what are the children's favourite ways to travel actively and why? So Jacob talked about being on his bike, but what are people's active ways to travel? What do they like the best about active travel?
How do you like travelling to school, Riley?
Well, it's pretty good because you don't like...
How do you travel though? What's your favourite mode of transport? Because you've got scooter, bike, walking. You like walking, do you? What about you, Neve?
There are all these like things and you have to try and walk on them, but you have to keep your balance as well.
On the hoverboard. Do you like coming on a hoverboard?
No.
That's good for your core. I've tried one of them. It didn't end well.
And I'm not sure hoverboard's one of the things on the travel tracker.
It's
so we may
not
have
one of
to,
the options. I'm not going to lie. It is normally scooter, bike, or walk. It tend to be the ones that are on there. So there's a new one on me, but good for the core stability.
Fabulous. And a supplementary question. This is from someone called Fiona, who said, everyone's gone back cross-legged again. One more for you guys before you take a break. It's hard being a media personality. You know, you've only got a couple of minutes. Some of us are here all day.
The struggle is real.
Quick last question for you guys, and then you can go back to sitting on the floor and, doing all your catch-up lessons and all the other excitement you've probably got planned this afternoon. You like walking to school, you like scooting to school, cycling, hoverboarding to school by all accounts, but how have you encouraged your parents to walk? Because we're all busy people, you know, we've run out of time, it be easy just to jump in a car. How have you encouraged your parents to let you walk or cycle?
My mum literally is like right close to the store. So mum doesn't really mind like walking to the store because it's very close.
Well, that's good. So your mum didn't take much persuading.
No. And
my mum used to take me in the car, but as soon as I said, can we start walking to school? My mum said, yes, okay, because I said, we need more cleaner air.
Fabulous. And Jacob, what about you cycling to school? Did you have to sort of, battle hard for to cycle, or are your parents very happy for you to get on your bike and just go off?
They could let me go until a particular blind corner and also up to where we need to cross the road. So I could cycle freely for about 20 or 10 seconds, and then I have to stop and wait for the adults to come.
And that's very sensible. That's very good. So, because the problem is, of course, Jacob, you're probably a very, very sensible cyclist. But sadly, there are people on the road who sometimes aren't as sensible. And you do have to be careful, particularly on blind corners and crossings and stuff like that. So, I'm glad you're getting lots of advice, and your journey to school is a good one and a safe one. So that's really good to hear. Miss Harris, we've got a question that's come back off the back of something you said, which is, can you explain what burst the bubble is? Someone's really intrigued by that.
Because we're trying to encourage the children to walk to school. So we have a sort of a burst the bubble initiative, because we've got a map on our school website on the Living Streets page, and there's a circle that shows the 5-minute walking zone and then a 10-minute walking zone. And so there are stickers on the 5-minute walking zone to try and encourage people to burst that bubble on the map and to walk in from there. So it's just to give parents a guide really of where they can park and then walk into school.
Fabulous. Sounds great. I just love a visual aid and something to bring it all alive. That's fantastic. I've got a question here, which I'm going to ask myself, actually, which is from someone called Fiona, which is about how can councils get more investment for school streets and changing infrastructure if they show the need? I have a council that would love more pavements and shared routes, but they don't have the money to invest. Well, some of this obviously is we're working with local councillors and other people locally, other community groups. We have Living Streets groups, of course, in a number of areas who can work with communities and with councils to support. We also have a team of project and school coordinators all throughout the UK. So in just the same way that Catherine is working with Mrs. Harris, we have teams that go out and do street audits and liaise with various councils. Councils each year receive sort of active travel funding, and obviously that goes on a variety of different things, not just sort of walking to school, but a variety of different things. But we try and obviously to campaign and to influence to get as much of that money spent as we can on encouraging people to walk to school, and indeed working with a variety of other stakeholders, including Walking from Work and older people's groups and stuff like that. So these are tough financial times off the back of the pandemic, but there is money out there, and the government has made a commitment to spend more money on active travel, and we're certainly seeing what we can do to lever that towards encouraging young people to walk to school, because we know, as we said earlier, there are still too many, sadly, deaths and accidents on the roads, and there's still too many families who choose to travel in other ways than walking, and we'd really like to help and support across a much wider range as well. So work with us, and if you've got questions, please come and ask us, and we can hopefully liaise and work with councils and stuff too. So, can I, as we come towards the end of this half hour, start by giving a massive virtual round of applause to our young people from Cadbury Heath. So one last time, if you can all jump up, boys and girls, and we can all see you, that'd be lovely. We're hiding behind the pot plants and behind Mrs. Harris. So big virtual round of applause to everybody. Thank you very much for joining us today. You've been stars. There's sadly not an Oscar for being in Living Streets National Walking Summit, but if there was, you would have won it, and probably best hair and makeup as well. So thank you for being with us today and sharing your thoughts and taking a bit of time out from your school day. And Mrs. Harris, being a head teacher is not an easy job, but thank you for what you do. And just remember, the Easter holidays are looming. But thank you for being with us today, and they will be well deserved after last year we've all had together.
Oh, well, thank you for inviting us.
It's been a pleasure. Thank you very much. And thank you, Jacob, who's giving us a wave. As you can see, everyone's super excited about being back at school and catching up on their learning. But we're really pleased you could be with us today. And I'm certainly glad they could as well. So in half an hour, there's only so much, of course, that can be covered. But I hope we have given you a useful overview of just a snapshot of our work and what we do and the difference that we can make and are making on a daily basis all throughout the UK. If your school, college or local authority would like to understand more about how we can work with you, and there were a number of other questions that have come in, I think, via the chat and stuff too, which we'd be happy to come back on and to have further conversations with, then please do contact us, because we're really keen to make an even bigger difference. I think off the back of the pandemic, the need for everyday walking has probably never got more relevant and more needed. So please feel free to reach out to myself, to other colleagues, to Karen Doyle, who's our Director of Development, and we'd all be really pleased to talk to you and to work with you and to encourage us all to get out and get more active. So with that said, and with no further ado, can I thank everyone who's contributed to this session for being part of today, especially our young people from our two schools who've been superstars. They've heard their names and they're popping up again. There's Riley. But thank you to everybody. And Jacob now, it's like lemmings. Thank you very much. Thanks for joining us, everybody. Thanks for joining this session. I hope you found it interesting and inspiring. Take care. And if we don't see you soon, get walking. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. My name is Jane Roberts. I chair the Board of Trustees, and welcome to this afternoon plenary double session. So first of all, we've got a bill until 3:20 entitled Building Back Better, How Our City Leaders Are Responding to the Challenges of Air Quality, Public Health and the Pandemic. Now, we've heard already something about how both in the UK and much further afield, decision makers have responded to the pandemic by making more space for walking and cycling on our streets. So the purpose of this session in particular is to look at some of the interventions that have been made in the UK, but also in European cities, and the improvements that has made in terms of air quality and crucially in terms of public health. So I'm delighted that we're going to be hearing from Oslo, from Sheffield in England, from Rotterdam, and then we're going to be hearing last of all about something about the challenge to planning. We're going to be hearing, first of all, from Dame Sarah Story about Sheffield's approach to creating living streets. Sarah, as many people will know, is the Active Travel Commissioner in the Sheffield City region in England. We'll then be hearing a pre-recording about responding to the pandemic with smart city planning from Rotterdam. And we'll be hearing on this from Rotterdam, Judith Bokova, who is Vice Mayor in Rotterdam. We'll be hearing then from Runa Jos, who is head of the Mobility Department, Agency for Urban Environment in the city of Oslo, very fine city of Oslo. And then finally, we'll be hearing about the planning challenge from Susan Claris, Associate Director, Transport Consulting Group in London, working at Arup, and also a trustee on the Living Streets Trustee Board and our Vice President. So an action-packed session. May I turn straight away then to Dame Sarah? Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's absolutely an honour to be here, and it feels very strange in some ways to think that the last time I delivered live at a conference was at the Living Streets Summit in Manchester just over 12 months ago. And if we'd known then what we know now, whether we'd have had any different things to say on that platform when all of the commissioners were there together and we had an absolutely fantastic discussion. So I've been asked to speak to you today about how the plans for Sheffield City region have been developing, and also whether the pandemic altered our approach in any way. And I think it's fair to say that yes, in some ways, the pandemic did alter certain parts of our approach. But I'll start from the very beginning, because when we were sat there in Manchester at the Living Streets Summit, we were poised to be able to deliver to people our active travel implementation plan. And we were ready for that to be adopted by our 4 local authorities. Sheffield City region is made up of Sheffield as the city, but also Barnsley, Doncaster and Rotherham as our metropolitan borough councils. And together I work across all 4 of those, and it's a big team to try and make sure that we roll out across the whole region standards of infrastructure that are the same, whether you go from the west to the east or whether you go from the north to the south. And that connected network is such a key part of the strategy over the next 20 years. So our active travel implementation plan was adopted on the 1st of June, so 3 months later than we'd hoped, but it has been very well received, and having a plan that people can look upon for the long term really does drive confidence into the fact that we really do know where we're going. And that plan is built upon the manifesto of Mayor Jarvis, where he'd like to see a region building around the opportunity for more people to be able to travel on foot or by bike as the first choice for their short journeys. And we want to see a region that's obviously fitter and healthier, and the transport system plays such a huge part in so many other parts of our society. And that's been one of the most interesting parts of my job over the past couple of years, has been making active travel and the benefits of walking in particular so relevant to so many other parts of the region's strategies. So we contribute to local economies and being healthier and wealthier. We also contribute to lowering air pollution, and we can certainly make a massive difference to people's health outcomes. And I think that's probably where walking comes in the most. One of the most exciting things that we heard from the coronavirus daily briefing platform was Professor Chris Whitty stating that there was no condition and no person that wouldn't benefit from a short walk, and that walk being relevant to the condition that they have. And that's something that really excites me about the prospects across the whole country, but certainly the work that we're doing in South Yorkshire, is that if we can just get a few more people on a daily basis walking that little bit further and providing them with the safe surroundings that helps to make them feel safe enough to want to walk more often, then we'll build that health and that resilience into our population. So should, and God forbid we ever do face something like this again in the future, we'll be healthier and more capable of tackling it together. So the pandemic did grind to a halt in many ways some of our plans to roll out that active travel implementation plan. But myself and my programme director, Pete, who many people may already know who are watching this today, we worked behind the scenes initially whilst the pandemic was tackled head on by the region, just to make sure that we were aware of supporting people with that one specific piece of instruction from the Prime Minister, that one thing you could leave the house for was for exercise. And we know just how important it is to protect the NHS. And at that point in lockdown 1, people were asked to not use their cars unless they absolutely had to. And this was a really vital piece of advice, because we know that collisions occur on a daily basis. Inattentive drivers can cause themselves to collide with vehicles and, unfortunately, other people. And when we've heard that people were advised to not use their cars unless they absolutely had to, that was a real opportunity to make sure that people were aware of the chance that they had to explore their local area and to find new routes that they weren't aware of. And what that did for us in the active travel programme was that enabled us to bring more people into the idea and the plans that we had. More people suddenly became interested in how they could move around their neighbourhoods, their cities and their towns in safety. And traffic levels plummeted to levels that we haven't seen since the 1950s. And suddenly people felt safe enough to go out with their children on bikes, scooters, and take journeys that they hadn't perhaps thought of doing on foot or by bike previously, because those traffic levels were so much lower. So we were prepared to start supporting the acceleration of some of the behavioural change plans that we had, because when your health is put in the spotlight like never before, it's so important that you're able to back that up with some evidence and with some other things that can give people that confidence that this is what their gut reaction is, but it's something that can happen beyond the pandemic. Now, sadly, the predictions of a second wave did come to fruition. And what we wanted to make sure was that we were prepared, and the population in South Yorkshire were prepared so that they had the opportunity to utilise active modes instead of relying on their cars for all of those short journeys. So initially, when the schools went back in September to full capacity, we worked really hard with our local authority partners to get the messaging out there that walking to school is one of the best ways to start the day for anybody. And for parents who are continuing to work from home, being able to walk the children to school and then come back to the home office was probably, just as vital for their own health and well-being. I know that I've sat here in this office at home, and on a number of days in the wintertime, it got to the point where it was going dark and I realised I hadn't been out. And so I was desperately, grabbing my hat and my coat and my gloves to get out for a short walk before dinner, because I knew just how vital that was for my own mental well-being during a time where, it's still quite strange to only be working from home. So the pandemic did change things, but I think that focus on walking really brought to the fore the importance of the standards and the infrastructure that we provide to people who are on foot. Pedestrians have the biggest challenge when they're walking around. They have the most inconvenience. And so one of the things that we're trying to set right in South Yorkshire is that we spread that inconvenience and enable all journeys to be as important as the others.
Thank you, Sarah, very much. There's a lot I'd love to ask you more, and I'm sure there are other people in the audience when we come to the Q&A to hear more about some of those changes. Great. Can we move on now to the recording from Rotterdam and the Vice Mayor there, Judith Bokkewer.
Ladies and gentlemen, thanks for the opportunity to give this short presentation. The very motto of our city Rotterdam is Sterker door strijd, which is a Dutch sentence, and it roughly translates to our struggles made us stronger. In 2020, the whole world was struggling with corona. And we have vaccines now, so we are in the beginning of the end of this pandemic. At the same time, we are in the process of transitioning our mobility in Rotterdam. The corona crisis proved that we are on the right track, but we are also still learning, for instance, on the importance of social distancing. As Vice Mayor responsible for mobility, I want to talk you through our lessons learned. In my previous speech for Walk 21, I illustrated our mobility transition using 2 pictures. And this is our current situation. And this is where we are heading to. Let me now illustrate our history on mobility with one example, our Hofplein in the middle of the center. This is a black and white photo from 1920. And here, the same square around 1935. And notice you already see a few cars. During the Second World War, Rotterdam got heavily bombed, and a large part of our city center was gone. But we built it back better, or so we thought at that time, and made a lot of room for cars. Back to the here and now. This is the Hofplein, present day. So basically, we are still here. But this is what you will see in 3 years from now. This mobility transition is called the Rotterdam mobility approach, de Rotterdamse mobiliteitsaanpak. We redistribute the public space to make room for our growing number of cyclists and pedestrians. And this is not an ideological or political choice. We simply registered how people use our city center and which method of transport they prefer. In order to improve the general mobility in Rotterdam, we must make more room for pedestrians, cyclists and public transport. And we will also do this in 7 big restructuring projects in this city. The Hofplein, that I already mentioned, is just one of them. We will invest 233 million euro in these separate projects. The focus with all projects is adding nice, green environment in the city. All of the projects should be completed within the next 10 years, and each of these projects creates attractive areas for walking. Walking as a means of transport, but also as a means of healthy, relaxing and enjoying the city. Of course, one needs to feel safe in order to have a relaxing walk. So we asked our city, will you walk with me? We made a campaign in which we asked our citizens, where do you like to walk? And where don't you like to walk? And why? Why not? After this campaign, we started improving these unsafe spots, or spots that felt unsafe. We improved the Pleinweg, where pedestrians felt unsafe crossing. And next, we will improve the Nieuwe Binnenweg, a street with shops, bars and restaurants, but also cyclists and two-way traffic for cars and trams. Pedestrians said they felt unsafe crossing that road. So we will place 4 pedestrian crossings in the street, and that is 4 crossings within a half a mile. But that's not all. Just like our city motto predicted, this pandemic had taught us a lesson. We need even more public space in order to make social distancing possible during a pandemic. In case of an emergence, We must make room for people that wait in line to pick up their orders at local stores, on the streets, for instance. And during a pandemic, car parks sometimes need to give way to local pubs and restaurants that need more public space to allow social distancing. Let me finish with an example of this. Our Witte de Witstraat is always a very busy street. There was only one obvious way to create space for pedestrians and waiting customers. We have closed down the street for all motorized traffic. And of course, we opened up during some hours so all stores could arrange their distribution and supplies. We have learned this. You need to be able to create more public space during a pandemic. So yes, we have learned from our struggles again, and hopefully, so will you. Thank you.
That was great to hear about Rotterdam. I have to say I'm off to Rotterdam in 3 years' time, assuming we're able, of course, by then. Very good to hear about Rotterdam, and really good then to go straight now to Oslo and to hear something about the response in Oslo. So let me hand over to you, Rune.
Hello, thank you very much for introducing me, and thank you very much for having you on your conference. I will start sharing my presentation now, and then I will start my presentation. There you are. Hello, everybody. My name is Rune Jøs, and I work for the Agency of Urban Environment, and I lead the Department of Mobility. My main responsibility is to promote green transport, primarily cycling and walking and public transport. I'm a civil engineer by education, and I've been working with the walking, cycling and public transport since the early 1990s. And I've also been working in various public agencies with these topics. And I will tell you a small story from the city of Oslo. This picture is a very telling a tale about the city's development. This is the part of the old harbor in central Oslo. It's a great picture showing the massive transformation Oslo is undergoing. From almost nothing, a new neighborhood is growing up. It used to be a huge roundabout here, a roundabout on several levels, a huge traffic machine with several motorways. Now it's giving way to a new city district. And also, this is a picture of Oslo being the green and blue city. Oslo is a bowl surrounded by the green forest and the blue sea, and that restricts further growth to already built up areas. So we have to think smart and also promote smart and efficient ways of transport like walking and cycling. And for those of you who after the pandemic wants to visit Oslo, I really recommend you to go to this area, because now you'll find huge cultural institutions. You'll find the opera, which is the small white building, flat building you see left on the right on your picture, but also several other cultural institutions. This is Oslo, 1991. This is City Square. 8 car lanes, ample on-street parking. This is one of the highways in Norway running through the heart of the city. This picture shows the turning point in transport planning in Oslo. This is the last day the motorways ran on-street through Oslo. The day after, the work started reclaiming the space as a new city square. The first pedestrianized streets started to appear in Oslo in the late 1970s, but it was in 1991 that the policies promoting walking, cycling, and public transport really gathered pace. And fast forwarding today, this is the same square. Now, a huge city square, and on the back, you see the 2 iconic towers from City Hall. You should think that Tolkien visited Oslo before he wrote The Hobbit. But today, this city square accommodates festivals, food markets, sporting events, food events, cultural events, and at the most over 100,000 people can gather there. It's a thriving place, also connecting the city to the waterfront and harbour. Before, you had to force your way over 8 lanes of motorway to reach the harbour. Those days are over. It's a very telling picture on the transformation that has been going on in Oslo over a long period of time. When the car entered city life in Oslo in the middle of the 60s, just like in all cities all over the world, car ridership rode. But one distinct thing happened in Oslo. People continued to walk. People in Oslo has always walked, but despite the introduction of the car, people stuck to walking. On average, 1/3 of all daily trips in Oslo is done by foot. And the figure on your left side shows it broken down on the various parts of Oslo. And naturally, the central city districts have the most walking. Over 39% of the daily travels there is by foot. But even the districts in the outskirts of the city has a very prominent part walking. Walking in Oslo is an own transport mode. It's not just to connect you from one thing to another. It's not the gap that fills in the void between your front door at your home and the tram station. You walk because it's a serious mode of transport. People actually walk from A to B. Me, I sometimes walk to my workplace, at least pre-pandemic. It's around 1 hour's walk, but it's quicker than public transport. It's cheaper and more convenient than using my car. People don't think I'm mad. People think it's a very sound way to transport yourself. Naturally, as you see on your right side, there are some variations. Oslo can have very harsh and cold winters, but that doesn't matter. People walk. People walk because it's the way of natural life. They feel connected, just like using your bike in bike towns like Copenhagen and Amsterdam. Walking is a part of the nature and culture in Oslo. And we now try to emulate that also in promoting cycling. The last 10 years, bike ridership has increased very strong. So we want to make Oslo both a walking city and a biking city. How have we as a city agency coped with the pandemic? Well, first of all, just trying to deliver our planned operations. We had lots of plans for 2020 and 2021. Just delivering them has been a humongous task. But we also tried to pilot new initiatives. But just maintaining the normal operations has been very demanding. We should, of course, done a lot more. People have been very, very honest, saying we have to do more. Of course, we should have done more. But it has been a very difficult year also for us city officials. And as we see on the left side, there's been some real recorded changes in mobility. Due to the pandemic and to restrict mobility and to stop people getting sick, public transport has really had a poor year, 40% down naturally. What we see is that cycling has had a huge increase, 46% up in 2020, and also walking has increased quite strong, up 32%. Disturbingly, I didn't put it on the slide, but disturbingly, we also see a slight increase in car traffic. For the first time since the mid-1990s, car traffic is on the rise. We will monitor this closely to see if the pandemic has really created changes in the mobility and in our efforts to green transport in Oslo. So, what are our future plans? Well, we have a high percentage of walking and we want to increase that. So, what we do is to continue with the same formula. It's not rocket science, people. It's just a steady course of more of the same. More pedestrian streets in the city center, meaning reducing car traffic, calming car traffic, removing space from car traffic. That's been the formula that's been working in Oslo since the late 1970s. I've shown you the pictures. It's not rocket science. But also, we need people in the outskirts, the outer parts of the city, where the mode for walking is lower than the average. More pedestrian projects in all our 15 city districts. And also, we have to see all green transport modes in connection, all modes that encourage active transport. We have to strengthen public transport, cycling and walking together, making it a green active transport chain. Then we can really achieve great changes. We are in it for the long run. This isn't a task that's done today or tomorrow or 5 or 10 years time. We are in it for the long run. There's no quick fixes here. It's just doing the same. We know what has to be done, and we'll have to do it, and we have to go on just like we've done the last 30 years. That concludes my notes. Thank you for your attention, people.
Thank you very much, Rune. I have all sorts of questions I'd like to ask you, but I shall take my place in the queue. So we pass on to Susan Claris, as you've heard, a transport planner. What Susan doesn't know about transport planning and walking isn't worth knowing. Okay, so Susan.
Right, is my screen sharing? Sorry about that. Yeah, great. Yeah, sorry for the delay on that one. Thank you very much for that, Jane. And it's a great pleasure and an honour to be concluding the great presentations that we've heard here today by talking about building back better and particularly focusing on the planning challenge. I am a transport planner, a member of the Royal Town Planning Institute, so I have a big interest in planning. And planning tends to be more associated with new developments, and we need to make sure definitely that new developments are planned around walking, as this is so often not the case. But we also have the legacy of the existing built environment, and we need to look at how we overcome the problems that have been created by the last 70 years or so, where planning has been focused very much around the private car. So for me, this comes down to 3 key issues, which I want to talk about today, drawing on examples of the comments made by the speakers today. So I'm busting this one a bit, so we'll see how it goes. So what we definitely need to do is to put walking first, shown by the pyramid there on the right. We do need to reduce the need to travel first and foremost. Then we need to have walking in all its various forms in its most inclusive way at the top of the modal hierarchy, followed by cycling, then by public transport, taxis, freight and servicing, and we need to place cars at the bottom of that priority order. Not to say no cars, but really to have that very firm priority. And to do this in terms of planning, I think it focuses around the 3 interlocking circles or overlapping circles on the left. It's around politics, it's around parking, and it's around passion. And we've heard a lot about those 3 things here today. So if I start first with politics, and I'm using the example there on the slide of Paris, where the mayor was re-elected back in June 2020, Mayor Hidalgo, vowing really to remove cars and to boost walking and cycling. Very strong political leadership, which sets the planning agenda. And we've heard some great examples of that here today. So we started off in terms of hearing about national leadership from Chris Heaton-Harris and his comments that the profile of walking has never been higher, and that the largest amount of money ever committed to walking and cycling has been made to the government, which is great news. And we've heard about the bold ambition of gear change. And again, very much welcome that document, although for me, it has far more of a cycling emphasis than a walking emphasis. And it would be good to see more walking in terms of government policy. Also in the news today, Grant Shapps has announced the cancellation of the Oxford-Cambridge Expressway, after analysis confirmed that the proposed project was not cost effective. the benefits were outweighed by the costs. So that's an interesting shift, perhaps, in terms of the political national leadership. So we've got strong words at the national level, which are great. They could always be stronger, but they are there. And there are some really good examples of local leadership, but unfortunately, we're not seeing that everywhere. And for me, in terms of politics and planning, that's where measures can really get stuck when you're at the level of dealing with local councillors. I said there are some great examples out there, but I find in the work that I do, unfortunately, this view isn't shared by all local councillors who are not so concerned in particular with walking. And I think as part of this, the language that we use is really important. We heard Julian Sanchez this morning talking about having livable neighbourhoods. We don't talk about closing streets to traffic, it's opening them up for people, it's having those livable neighbourhoods. We heard Lee Craigie talking about the importance of decarbonisation and biodiversity. And I'm reminded of the words by Peter Hendy, who was the former Transport Commissioner in London, that the best way to talk about transport is not to talk about transport. We talk about the great things and outcomes that can come about from transport and from more walking. And when we heard from Dr. Ian Mudway about the links between air pollution and in particular the brain and dementia. So I think by talking about the importance of public health can be a good way to promote walking at the political level. If I move on there now to parking, and I often use sort of parking as a bit of a proxy for what I refer to as transport gluttony. It is vehicles parked everywhere. The picture on the left, which is one of my own photos, which I did get chased down the street for taking from the man who didn't appreciate me taking photos of his cars. You know, it is SUVs, it's parking on the footway, it's engine idling, it's going through red lights, it's not observing speed limits. All of these things make the walking environment uncomfortable, unattractive. And I think we could do all the good things for walking, which we do need to do, the footway widening, the improving crossings, all of those things, but we also need to address this dominance of the vehicle. And that's where the politics really comes into it as well. And Mary spoke this morning and said, you know, less parking means more parklets. I'm a massive fan of parklets and the difference that they can make to our street environment. The photograph on the right there of a parklet that was just down the road from our office in central London. We heard from David Tristram Davis about the national ban on pavement parking. So I think it's whether councils and politicians are bold enough to be able to address parking. We heard about the powerful story of Pontevedra, that it was a political project to recover the city for people and that traffic doesn't fix it. And one of the most powerful ways to reduce traffic is through parking, but this comes back to politics, particularly local politics. And I've heard, you know, parking referred to as sort of the third rail in politics, touch it and you die. You know, it is very, very difficult working with local politicians. And part of this, and this is another area I think we need to change, is the traffic regulation order process. A bit geeky, but the way we change parking on our street is through traffic regulation orders. They've been as they are for many years. They take time to change. It's not a dynamic system, and we need a better way of managing parking that can, I said, be more dynamic to change, not rely on this cumbersome process, which means that local politicians actually don't want to make changes. So I really think unless we're bold enough to address some of the parking issues, we're not going to make walking better. And this applies at the private development as well. I was talking yesterday about a master plan project of some 4,000 houses, so 10,000 people. And all the good words were coming out about, yes, we need to make it walking friendly, cycling friendly. When you get down to talking at the level of individual car parking spaces, it's like, oh, no, we can't do that because we won't sell the houses if they don't have parking spaces. Or the cop out is we'll put parking in and then we'll transfer it over to something later. Once you give people parking spaces, it's phenomenally difficult to take it back. And then the third P I want to talk about is passion, and that again relates strongly to the politics side of it. And we've heard great passion from the people in the virtual room here talking about walking. And shortly we'll have the presentation of the Charles Mayer Award for the 2021 Walking Champion. And Chris Heaton-Harris spoke about 2/3 of people supporting the allocation of road space for walking and cycling and the great responses to the highway code and pavement parking consultations. In the LTN, there's research out that shows that 47% of voters in London support the introduction of LTNs, just 16% oppose. And the interesting thing is that actually there is slightly higher support among car owners than people who don't own a car. So there is a lot of support out there for people who are passionate about wanting these changes. Against this, there was the report from the BBC yesterday that says local traffic changes are more divisive than Brexit, and what I consider to be some very poor reporting in terms of this. So the passion is undoubtedly there, and the two examples I give here, Reclaim These Streets was only sort of formed to focus particularly on women's safety on the streets, how walking can be made safer, particularly the perceptions of safety, which mean that many women do not walk at night because they are fearful of their own safety on the streets. And also the example on the right of a group called Choked Up, which is a group that's demanding action from the mayor in terms of clean air, which disproportionately, or unclean air, which disproportionately affects people from Black and minority ethnic backgrounds. So there's some really strong support out there. For me, it's how do we get to those people who don't think like us? There's always a danger with conferences like this. It's a great way of sharing information, but it can be a bit of an echo chamber. How do we break out from that? I sometimes think we need to have almost like a stealth conference where we tell people it's about one subject, and when they come along, it's about something else, and that's the way we can talk to different people. So how do we talk to the people that don't walk? 18% of people never walk more than 18% of people don't walk more than 20 minutes a year over the course of a year. And 41% of adults aged 40 to 60 walk less than 10 minutes for a month, each month. So you've got some really big figures of people that never walk. My final point to close is that walking must absolutely be for everyone. And I'm pleased to say we're following up a piece of work we did last year with Sustrans on cycling for everyone, which looked at underrepresented groups in cycling. This we're working with Sustrans again and with Living Streets to see how walking can be made for everyone, so it is fully inclusive. So that for me is where the planning process comes in ensuring these decisions are made, but it needs the political leadership and it needs the passion of the people to show the politicians that we're behind them. Too often it's only the people who are against something who speak up, not the supporters. So more people speaking up for walking. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you, Susan. We've had 4 really powerful, thoughtful contributions. Thank you, all four. And we now have about half an hour or so for a discussion, question, answers. And it would be great if they could be focused on this issue of planning and implementing more space for cars, for walking and cycling. What I was going to say was, of course, is that you have more space for walking and cycling, then there is less space for something else, normally cars. And so really trying to hone in on sometimes that conflict, how that can be whipped up, what people have tried, how they've sought to mitigate that, how they've sought to make the positive change will be really, really helpful. So we can really kind of get to some of those tricky issues, as well as admiring the huge, powerful successes that we've seen in Oslo and Rotterdam. Now, I've got lots of questions here. Let me start. First of all, I think this is for Sarah predominantly, but it would be interesting to get a view from Oslo as well. So Alan Boyd of Stretford Living Streets Group asks, I think to Sarah, do you liaise with Chris Boardman and others in similar roles in other city regions to share ideas? Just to explain, Runa, that Chris Boardman is the equivalent of Sarah in Greater Manchester. So perhaps I could ask you, Sarah, specifically.
Yes, thank you very much for the question. We do. We have a commissioners group. So just after I was appointed in April 2019, Chris Boardman and Will Norman, they led the pulling together of the commissioners group. We have an Active Nation commissioner who you've already heard from earlier today, and Lee Craigie up in Scotland. And we also have Simon O'Brien in the Liverpool City region. So we work together as a group of 5. We also have colleagues in Wales who don't have a commissioner, but they have a very strong lead on active travel within Wales and within the Welsh Government. So we work together on things that affect us, trying to preempt the challenging situations, and obviously working to support where we can and learn from each other's challenges. So we're very much focused on how things are being handled in London with regards to low traffic neighbourhoods. And it's interesting actually, because in the northern cities and city regions, we've started to refer to them as active neighbourhoods instead of low traffic neighbourhoods, because we're very aware around the negative connotations of the language around low traffic might suggest that that means no one can get anywhere. And actually we're trying to utilise active journeys as a solution. So I prefer to use the terms filtered streets and active neighbourhoods, and it seems to kind of open up a much more balanced discussion. And we talk about those kind of things as well as how we can work together on some of the and Secretary of State for Transport. Right to the then Secretary of State for Transport to ask them about the things that we would like to see that would help us all do our jobs better.
Thanks, Sarah. I'd like to ask Rune, just from your perspective, both within Norway and then the sort of sharing from across Scandinavia and the rest of Europe and even the UK, Brexit notwithstanding.
We really look towards, we try to benchmark us. We see that a lot of European cities have reached much further in several fields, but also we also look to Norway, because we have some special features in Norway. But I must admit one thing, because I omitted something from my presentation, and I feel I cheated a bit, because some of the pictures I show you where we have taken away huge traffic machines, no more 8 car lanes and on-street car parking on City Square. Well, we built huge tunnels beneath the ground. We have taken away the car from the city picture, but they are not gone. They are just underground. And that is because in 1991, we established a huge toll system around the city. But what's interesting with that was that the first step for that toll system was to finance building the streets underground, giving space back to the city. But now we actually use these toll monies to finance public transport, walking and cycling initiatives. So today we actually finance through car traffic going underneath Oslo initiatives to promote more active transport. And this isn't a political initiative from one political party, but this is a broad understanding, has been a policy over a long time. And you find the same things in the other Norwegian cities. So we are pretty coherent. And I think that separates us perhaps from other European cities where such tolling is much more controversial, and where also the use of the money from tolling is much more narrower than we have it in Oslo. In Oslo, for example, through the toll system, we subsidize public transport tickets.
Interesting. It sounds as though there's much more cultural acceptance and political acceptance across the parties about walking, the usefulness of walking, and so it's not as politically contentious as it might be in some other places.
That's true. I've been working for 3 commissioners from 3 different parties, from the Progressive Party to the Liberal Party and to the Green Party. and I'm almost done the same thing.
Interesting. So it would be useful to be able to ask Judith, but of course she's not part of the Q&A panel. But so we had another question from Stephen saying, how did you build the positive case for change with local communities? I suppose broadly saying, did you need to build a positive case for change? Was there any kickback in Oslo?
Oh, yes, there are, because what we see now is that it's like a glass. You pour in water. Everybody loves water, but at some point the glass gets full. So I feel that we are probably we have to reevaluate the speed we do changes, because sometimes the speed can be too quick. That people cannot understand why the changes are coming. So we have to, I feel that like a public agency, we have to be very thorough in our when we communicate to the public, and also that we have to take account that sometimes it can be too much, because if you have, say, in the central city districts, 30,000 on-street car parking spaces, the first 5,000, that's okay. The next 5,000, okay. But when you come down to 10,000 and go to 5,000, and from 5,000 to none, it gets more and more difficult. But I think it's the most important thing is that you have to take time. There are no quick fixes. We are not finished tomorrow. We are in it for the long run.
So how do you build that positive case as you come down in those numbers?
The positive case is that over time, people see the benefits. They see suddenly there are green spaces in the city. And at least in this pandemic time, when people have been at home, not on vacation, the use of our public spaces is tremendous, and they see the value of good, clean public spaces. People in the inner city can go outside in winter, not being afraid of catching diseases or being polluted. So that through clear results, that's the way to build support for further changes.
And maybe we could ask the same question of Sarah in Sheffield, and then a broader question which I'll come to both Susan, Sarah, and Rune about. So similarly in Sheffield, how much kickback was there?
Well, we're in the process of going out to consultation on some of the schemes that are being proposed. So my job is to work with the local authorities on the best practice and help them to come to the right conclusions of where they want to see that connected network. And they're the experts on their populations, and then they take that out to consultation and get feedback. So Connecting Sheffield is happening in Sheffield City. That's their consultation platform, and there'll be similar solutions to that consultation in Barnsley, Doncaster and Rotherham. And we have to come up with that. We have to be accepting that there's going to be an uncomfortable phase. You can't wave a magic wand and something has to go first. So what we're trying to do is install the active neighbourhoods to drive down the need for everyone to have a car for every single journey. Because if they can get what they need within a 15-minute walk, 20-minute walk of their home, then it means that those nipping around little journeys that people do, and they have a run around vehicle for those journeys, they're less likely to need that second vehicle. And so we reduce the number of vehicles that households have. And the theory is that then they walk up a little bit more, they see those benefits, and they come on side to be supportive. And you'd be amazed how many people would like to see lower traffic within their neighbourhood. And that's some of the some of the things that we've seen coming out of London. Most people are in support of that. It's just how you make sure that people don't need those vehicles for all those journeys. So we're going through that process at the moment, and it's very exciting to see how people can come alongside and be in support of it. And then hopefully they're looking over the fence and seeing what's happening in the next neighbourhood and say, we want that here. And then you have that groundswell of support, and it hopefully escalates and becomes a good problem to have, because you don't have enough funding to put in all of the active neighbourhoods or all of the infrastructure that people are demanding.
So that takes us quite neatly on, because having heard the comparison, I guess, between some places in the UK and in Oslo, we have a question from Jenny to all three of you. To what extent do you think the different political planning funding landscapes in different countries influence the ability for cities to make these significant transformations? Who'd like to go? Susan.
Thank you. I mean, I can only speak from the UK side of it, and the funding, definitely in terms of the government funding. But I think in terms of planning, it should be a case of actually capturing more developer funding for making improvements. So that should be a really powerful way of actually bringing funding in, I said, to improve the walking environment and the cycling environment. And I think there's more scope to work with businesses as well. There are enormous benefits to business if their staff are more active. And there should be a way, I think, in terms of whether it's through the business investment districts or other ways, for businesses in a particular neighbourhood to work together to improve the environment on their streets. So, in particular, maybe putting in parklets, places where their employees can go to have an outdoor meeting or to spend some outside time. So there is the source of government funding, but I think there are other funding sources that should be available. And also it's thinking about it not in terms of just the transport budget, but in terms of other budgets within government. So when you start to realise the benefits of walking that we've heard about today in terms of decarbonisation, in terms of public health, the cost to the public purse of those things is huge. And actually, by putting some money in to improve health, you would make enormous savings. But the difficulty is, in many councils, in many areas, the budgets are siloed, and expenditure in one budget area, if it realises savings in another budget area, isn't recognised. So it's not just the amount of funding, it's the way we fund.
So from Oslo, do you have more flexibility of funding, so avoid the problems that Susan is alluding to?
No, it sounds just like in Norway. The health budgets are enormous, and we use too high percentage of our health budgets goes to repair people and not to prevent them from getting sick. So if just some small portions of that could come into my budgets, we could really relieve the health sector by promoting more active transport. But one interesting thing is that in the new development areas, for example, the picture I showed you from the old harbor area, the city owns the land, parcels off and sells it to developers. And as part of the deal, the developers has to build and finance new infrastructure for walking, cycling, public transport. So that alleviates the public funding. But again, we have the exact same challenge with the health budget being siloed away from the transport budget. For a big city as Oslo, we can have funding for toll systems, like I just told, but the smaller cities in Norway, they really struggle and have very, very small budgets.
Okay, so still on that same topic, asking Sarah, in a combined authority, so again, for Rune and those and our colleagues from abroad, combined authorities bring together a number of different local authorities with a relatively small amount of money, but with particular strategic priorities. So on that funding issue, Sarah, do you think that being a combined authority brings significant advantages in terms of this funding flexibility?
Yeah, I mean, one of the purposes of the combined authority is to be able to make the good decisions for the people you know best, so it's a devolution package to make sure that what's needed in South Yorkshire that's different to what's needed in another area of the country can be prioritised. So for us, but then the same priority does exist elsewhere, in the sense that we need that continuity of funding. So the mayors can decide to spend that money more on one area than the other. And we're starting to see those kinds of decisions where active travel is absolutely recognised as having huge benefits to public health, and also to the decarbonisation target, and to reducing air quality, improving air quality, reducing air pollution. But we also need to look at how government look at their planning in the future. So we're very piecemeal. We need to see long-term planning, and we talk about a roads budget, and we talk about roads, and we assume that budget is going to be spent on vehicles, when actually a roads budget could be proportioned much more fairly in order to benefit more modes. And so it's about having that continuity of funding so that we can build a pipeline of schemes. And if we have a pipeline of schemes, then we have a strategy to build it comprehensively over the coming years. And we heard from Rotterdam about how many years it's going to take to do certain things. And that's the kind of strategy that we need. We need those plans, we need those designs on paper. We need to see them pictorially so people can see how beautiful it will look. Because when you ask a child to draw a picture of where they want to live, they never have a traffic jam in front of the buildings. They have trees, they have green space, they have birds flying, and they have, blue skies. Now, we can't always guarantee the blue skies, but we can make sure that we reduce the number of vehicles that are in that sort of space.
And when you get that angry reaction, if you do, from car owners, although we've heard from Susan that's not always the case, what contingency plans do you have? How do you deal with that? What are your plans to manage that?
Well, you're not going to get anything that you want without some of that, rubbing up against each other, some discussions. And I think it's about putting across the many, many more benefits there are to doing these things than the one, potential negative of not being able to drive the most direct route. And it's interesting when you look to the Netherlands, they have the people walking and cycling going the most direct route, and the people who are sat comfortably in their vehicle, who are not expending any energy, going the longer way round. And we have to get behind that sort of idea. And once you get used to a new route, it's just change. People are very afraid of change. And that's regardless of whether we're talking about a transport system whether we're talking about the restructuring of a company, doing things differently. People fear change, and it's to be expected. So it's about supporting them with the reasons these things are happening, showing them that it can be possible, and maybe taking people to show them where it's working. And that's one of the challenges when you're starting out on something like this. There's not enough places within the UK where it's working to use as a good example. And when we have to use examples that are in London, people say, oh, well, it's different outside of London. So once we've got some places outside of London where it's really working and the communities have adopted and are really buying into that, we see different types of shops opening up, different spaces for people to be, and different pride in the place that you live, then that helps to build that groundswell of support and hopefully snowball it down some beautiful rolling green hills instead of ones that are choked with pollution.
Okay, so associated, we have a very specific question, which is kind of a bit associated with that broader issue from Kit, saying, with regard to parking, we've tried asking our council to include a question in any parking consultation, such as, I quote, what would help you get here without a car? No result yet. Anyone know of a council who does that? Now, Susan, Sarah first, but you may, Runa, have a response as well. So
I'm sadly not aware of any council that does that. Again, I think parking is one of the most sensitive issues when it comes to local politics, and I've worked on parking schemes for many years, and they are the most controversial. I think in some ways having trial measures can help to address some of the concerns that Sarah was just talking about in terms of changes. But when it comes to removing a parking space that is outside someone's house, they are incredibly passionate about it, and it is incredibly difficult to do. And as I said, I think one of the reasons is the bureaucratic nature and how difficult it is to do through the traffic regulation order process. It would be a lot easier if that process was simplified. But it's one of the hardest things to address. I think it needs councillors to be brave, but I accept that isn't easy for councillors to be brave if they think that they will lose votes. But I think it's absolutely key to improving walking and cycling.
I have to say, I bear the scars on my back of precisely that from about 25, 30 years ago. But Kit is saying that, about in a consultation, asking specifically the question, what would help you to get there? What would help you to get to A or B without a car? So actually phrasing in a positive way. Do you know of any council that asks that sort of question, framing it differently? Because as you say, framing language is important.
In ours, we haven't seen it happen, but I think one of the things we do is you can ask that question in a different way. We've created an interactive map in South Yorkshire so people could put on there the challenges that they faced in their day-to-day journeys, and asking them to put in comments about where it was good to walk, where it wasn't good to walk or cycle, and how their journeys were affected by the infrastructure that they came across. So it's kind of asking that question, but in a very different way, in a sense that you can put a pin on the map and say, this junction needs a pedestrian phase, or there's 2 phases at this junction and I'm scared stiff being stood in the middle of a 2-lane road waiting to cross the 2nd phase, or there's a pinch point here on a bike and I'm always squeezed out by large vehicles, or whatever it might be. And the comments that came in were really, really, really vital for us when we were creating our vision for the next 20 years. And everything that we put on the map in our active travel implementation plan, 90% of the comments from the interactive map from residents and people who live in the region matched up to where the council said they wanted to put infrastructure over the next 20 years. So we have kind of done that in some kind of way, but that is a very specific question, and perhaps doing it from a more general perspective and asking people just how you get around and what challenges you find, as we did with that map. It did produce some very, very valuable pieces of information.
Because actually, I was just thinking, David, in the first session this morning, did talk about how in one very specific school in Cardiff, that the local council, I think it was a local council, did very specifically ask all the parents how they got to school and what stopped them from walking. Oh, sorry, I'm sorry. Susan, you wanted to come in?
Yeah, I was just going to say briefly that I'm hoping that some of the experiences that people have had over the last year where people haven't been using their cars so much might help them to rethink, maybe not giving up all cars, but if they have a second car, maybe they've realised they can manage with only one car. there's sort of been lots of stories of people sort of only needing to fill up their cars every 3 or 4 months and very, very low mileages. And if people, when not accepting that not everyone can work from home, but the people who have, if they've been traveling more locally, maybe they start to realize that they can make those journeys by other means, and that might start to see a shift in behavior.
Thanks. Rune, what can we learn from Oslo and how you built the case for change there, and particularly with regard to consultation, and what sort of questions you might ask?
We don't ask that question either, as it was asked. But what we have done in some schools who have traffic problems is that we cooperate with the parents and the leaders at the school, asking them how can we get traffic down, and we call that project Heart Zone. We create a heart around the school, saying that inside this heart, no cars. And in that process, we get a lot of information about how can they actually get from their homes to the school with their kids without using the car. And what we see there is that it's mostly habits, but that's not parking, that's just the car driving habits. But I see the point. I think it's a very good point that we have to be very attentive to the words we use, that we are telling what we want to achieve, not what we are not taking away your car parking space. We actually want to achieve a green and livable city with better air quality. So I think that as a professional who's been working in a public agency for almost 25 years, I see that we have a way to go to really promote the positive messages and not just the bad consequences. I also think that working with the schools like we learn now is that we see that the city of Oslo, well, we have 700,000 inhabitants, probably not big. We have 15 districts, but when we break it down, we see that we have to address each district, even the smaller parts of each city district, in a special way, because the composition of people, of geography, of distances, of land use is very, very different. So we cannot attack whole of Oslo with one strategy. We have to break it down in several minor strategies, because it's just like if you take the average of something, well, it only tells you the average. And what good does that? So I think that could actually achieve the parking strategy question, because some parts it's easier, you can do other things, and other parts you need to address that specifically.
Thank you. I've got a very specific question to Susan here. Would road detailed design and regulation on the Swiss model enable cheaper and more effective active travel? Yellow zebras are just one obvious part.
I'm not aware of what the Swiss model is, unfortunately, on that one. So I can't really answer that. But sorry, what was the first part of the question again? Would
road detailed design and regulation on the Swiss model enable cheaper and more effective active travel?
Right. I'm guessing it might be things. So at the moment in Manchester, they've been trialling the side road zebras, where you can put in a zebra crossing. If you don't put it in with the flashing lights, the Belisha beacons, you can put it in at a fraction of the cost for what it normally is. Typically, I think a zebra crossing with lights can be about 30,000, whereas if you just put the paint down across the road, then you're talking sort of less than £1,000 to do that. So it might be to do with that and simplifying it. And I think that picks up on some of the comments again I made on the traffic regulation orders. It's a very cumbersome legal process to go through. And actually, if there is a way of simplifying that to put more crossings down, then yes, definitely that would help in terms of walking.
Thank you. Gosh, there are lots of questions. I'm not going to get them all in, and I really have been keen to do so. There's one from Mark Strong saying, and this is to you, Rune, saying, I understand that Oslo has changed its aim from, quote, car-free city to something like livable city centre. Can you expand upon this?
That's correct. We have several aims. First of all, we want to have the city centre almost car-free. When I say car-free, I mean private car-free. There will always be some cars in the city in some way, but we have another tougher goal, and that is that all car traffic in Oslo shall be decarbonized in the time of 2030. But that's that. So we operate after several aims. But what we see is that, and that's quite interesting, is that we got a lot of attention from trying to make the city centre car-free. And what was very interesting is that we who had been working with this for many years knew that the city centre is car-free. I'm from Oslo. I've been living in Oslo all my life. I never driven a car into the city centre. Nobody does that. Why would you do that? So it's been a policy statement, when in reality, nobody drove their car to the city centre before.
Okay, fair dues. And there's one question I really want to get in for Susan, but we must finish on time. And this is to you, Susan, as well, because it's a tricky one. Perhaps Sarah might, I don't. So from Hannah, she asks, how would you advise supporting mostly rural planning authorities who are desperate to attract development in certain areas and are therefore fearful of doing anything, for example, restricting parking, that might drive developers to go elsewhere, particularly pertinent in the UK where there's such regional inequality? Very, very quickly, please, Susan and Sarah.
I think it will be focusing on it's walking, it's cycling, and it's public transport and bus networks, and it's making sure that a development is designed to be accessible by non-car modes and promoting that as a good thing. You know, people pay a lot of money to go to places like Centre Park so they can be without their car. Why not try and bring some of that into a residential development? And it is always more of a challenge in rural areas, but with more people having electric cycles, that opens up more journeys. So I don't think it's impossible. I'm not saying it's easy, but I said also it does need to be tied up with public transport and bus services as well.
Thank you. Sarah?
I'd echo what Susan says. I think we place a lot on e-vehicles, but not enough on e-bikes, and the subsidies for e-bikes would be far better used, I think, especially in areas where people are travelling that little bit further to a train station to commute somewhere. But there's no reason why you can't create that car-free environment for somebody out in a more rural location, just as Susan has said.
So actually, I wasn't able to get Brenda. We might actually, because the suggestion from Susan that it's framed in terms of a mini Centre Parks round the corner is an appealing one. But of course, you could argue that parklets are that. And Brenda was asking, why are some local authorities so resistant to parklets? Briefly.
My view is, A, they don't want to give up a parking space that's seen as lost revenue and resident subject, and in some places that you get the awful view that if you create a parklet it will encourage loitering. I've had those comments, and if it's someone sitting there, a mother and a child or an old person, that's seen as okay. If it's a youth in a hoodie, then it's seen as a loitering and seen in a negative way. So it's loss of revenue, encourage loitering, and sometimes the maintenance side of it, but I think they are weak arguments compared to the benefits that you get from a parklet.
Do you have parklets in Sheffield, Sarah?
I think there are one or two that are more planned, but I think it's again that fear of change. It looks different, it is different. And the idea that if you want more footfall on a high street, you need more parking spaces is kind of a long held and hard view to change. And quite often people say, well, if we remove this parking space, where will my customers park? And actually the vast majority of their customers are desperately trying to get there on foot, but can't currently because it's not so easy and the crossing points, and it's not a nice journey to make. So people are just afraid of that change, and it's about helping them to understand the positives of those changes and doing the trials and letting people see for themselves.
Lovely, thank you so much. Apologies to all of those of you who asked questions that I wasn't able to get in. I did try my very best to get as many of your questions in as I possibly could. Fantastic session. Thank you to all our four speakers. I think some really powerful themes of the importance of local leadership who know their places, who know their communities, as well as the national agenda and that grassroots work. So important. So thank you. A big metaphorical round of applause to our speakers, and with that, I'm going to close the discussion. So thank you very much. And we will be moving swiftly on to one of my favourite parts of the Walking Summit, and that's the Charles Mayer Award. Susan made reference to the Charles Mayer Award, and it's my delightful pleasure as chair of the trustee board to say a little bit about the award and to announce our winners for this year. So this is an annual award, and the Charles Mayer Award recognises an individual, a local group or an organisation that has campaigned to get more people walking in their particular patch. It's named to commemorate a very long-standing member and a campaigner, Charles Mayer, and we're very grateful for the significant legacy that he left to the charity. And what it's designed to do is to celebrate the impact and the creativity that campaigners have been doing on their streets over the year. I'm delighted to say that this year we received more entries than ever before. Our judging panel was required to create a shortlist. It's a really tough ask from over 70 entries that somehow they managed to whittle down to a shortlist of 8 fantastic nominees. And we have the results. So it was a very close result, as you might expect. I'm going to tell you a little bit, first of all, about the 2 highly commended runner-ups. First of all, Sarah Berry. Sarah has played a key role campaigning for her local streets in South London. She has championed the local low traffic neighbourhood. She's led a community-wide project to design road open signs, and she's very actively used social media to bust all those myths out there and to reach out and to garner support. So well done to Sarah. Then we have another runner-up, Zane Powells. Zane is a primary school teacher in Grimsby who, this is a great story. He walked 7.5 miles a day to deliver meals to his pupils, and he covered 600 miles in the first lockdown. So, you know, really powerful messages, both about how powerful walking is, but at the same time providing a vital service to dozens and dozens of families. So both Sarah and Zane were put in fantastic entries, but were just pipped at the post. So I'm thrilled to announce the winner of the Living Streets Charles Mayer Award. You can hear a drum roll. And our winner of the Charles Mayer Award 2021 is Mustafa Desai. Mustafa is a Blackburn with Darwen council. I know Blackburn with Darwen council is a very highly regarded council. Mustafa set up what he called Take a Hike programme, which seeks to use walking as a way to tackle both physical and mental health challenges, and at the same time as promoting inclusivity for people from a range of different Black and minority ethnic communities, particularly women, and connecting with the great outdoors. So a fantastic entry. Big congratulations to Mustafa, who's actually with us here today, and I'm going to shortly hand over to him to say a few words. But I hope you've received the physical award, Mustafa. It was to be delivered to you today, so I hope you have received that. Big congratulations, fantastic work, and perhaps you could say a few words.
Thank you very much. Yes, I have received the award this morning. It came via DHL, so thank you very much for that. Very well timed. You've mentioned a bit about the group there, so I'd just like to sort of just say that the group started in August of 2020 post lockdown 1, and it was to raise awareness, for walking and the great outdoors. As you've correctly mentioned, we have a challenge with the BME community in terms of going out there and walking. So I think it was to address that, and also with the borough being one of the sort of most deprived boroughs in the country, and we have a number of health challenges, such as diabetes, COPD, obesity, etc. And again, it was just to sort of address them challenges as well. And post lockdown, during COVID, COVID fatigue is one of the key areas which results in mental health issues and social isolation. So I think the walking, with a buddy outside, absolutely fantastic. People can take advantage of that and improve their mental health as well. So it's been hugely, sort of well received by the community. I wasn't expecting the response that I did get. So it wasn't even advertised, really well on the social media platform, but we've had exponential growth of the actual group. We almost have now 150 members, most of whom are walking regularly. A lot have sort of gone from no walking at all when they joined the group in August to walking on the fells. And unfortunately, we live in a place where the countryside is really accessible. So it's been absolutely fantastic. And, I'd like to thank the group as well for, taking part, and some of my colleagues. With the award, I'm really overwhelmed with gratitude to have been, selected to receive the Child More Award. Thank you all so much for being here and, to share with me in this occasion. I'm really honoured to have my work recognised by Living Streets in this way. It's really, really appreciated. The pandemic has and continues to provide many challenges, and I'm pleased that I've been able to make a positive contribution in such, with circumstances that have been really challenging. It means so much to me that the work that I'm so passionate about also resonates with others. The accomplishment is not something that I did alone. There are many others who deserve to share this award. And I would like to just thank a few of the members, some of the people who have contributed. The group itself, all the ladies that have joined, fantastic, keep up the great work and keep walking. Andy Mather from the Lancashire Wildlife Trust, who supported the group by providing some, opportunities for, the ladies to go and take on some leadership courses, etc. We've got Rory Southwood from Kit Collective, who's provided some equipment to start off the group, and a gentleman by the name of Najaf Mahmood from Fell Walkers, who I started walking with many, many years ago, and that's where my passion for walking came from. So thank you to him as well from the Fell Walking group. Also my family, because I do tend to do a disappearing act very frequently. My family have supported me really well, and often I was doing, when we first started the group, 3 or 4 walks a week, and I was disappearing for hours on end, and my family didn't mind, and they did have a lot to say about supporting me as well. Big thank you to Jodie Schofield from Blackburn Down Council for the nomination, and last but not least, thanks to Living Streets and its members, trustees and staff for recognising walking leaders such as myself. I hope the recognition serves as inspiration for others who are working in the same sort of area and making difference to people's lives. I will continue my efforts. I mean, we've been having a few stops with the lockdowns, but I will continue my efforts towards raising awareness on the benefits of walking and the great outdoors. Continue with promoting the inclusivity and addressing the health challenges, and looking forward to bringing about positive community outcomes. Just to sort of end, I'm really humbled and appreciate, and thank you all once again, and may God bless you all and keep you all safe and healthy. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And what a great point at which to close our walking summit. So we've had a fantastic day. Thank you all so much for attending. I have written down a number of points, which I'm not going to go over here. I'm just going to make 2 points from my thoughts of the day. I think emphasis in different ways by different people about the importance of building coalitions and building those communities change, both crucially at a grassroots level, people in their local communities doing all sorts of things to make a real difference, but working very much with local leaders, city leaders, in order to drive that change across the board, together with political leadership nationally too, because clearly the kind of money that has been put in helps, and how you build all that together in an integrated way, absolutely, in the language it is used, absolutely crucial. Last point, brief point, I think it was Chris Thompson put in the chat this morning, something about walking as joyful travel. And I just want to leave us with that. I think that's such a nice phrase, joyful travel. And perhaps again, Susan's point about language, that phrase joyful travel for walking seems to me a very powerful one. Right, now more in terms of, so everyone who has attended and has booked a place, you will receive a follow-up email from us, from Living Streets, with a box set of all the sessions so that you can catch up and hear the kind of details once again. We will be publishing a piece of the key outcomes of the day, and we'll email that to everyone. There'll be a link in the next few days. We really appreciate feedback on the summit. So you'll see on the live stream, there's a bit where you can fill in the survey. If you could fill that in, I know people do say that, but it really will make a difference if you do, and help us to make summits even better than they currently are. We will be moving on to our AGM very shortly. Everybody who's attended the summit is more than welcome to attend, but I do need to point out that it's only members of Living Streets that will be able to vote. So that's an added incentive. If you're not a member, why not join now? So the very last point I want to make to close the summit is just a big thank you. Thank you all for attending. Thank you to all of our speakers who made powerful contributions. And lastly, but not least, a very big thank you to Ruth Billingham and all her colleagues who have worked their socks off, it has to be said, in order to get this summit not just working well, but from a remote point of view as well, together with Neil Stewart Associates, to make it so powerful. So Ruth, I can't see you, I can't present you with anything except a very, very big thank you. And with that, I close the summit. Thank you very, very much, and goodbye, at least for now. To our AGM. Okay, are we ready to go for our AGM? Hello, it's me again, but only very briefly. As Chair of the Trustee Board, it's my great pleasure to introduce formally to you our new President, Lord Michael Bates. I have to tell you, I was thrilled when Michael accepted our invitation to become our President after the retirement of Terence Bendixson. I can share with you, it's not quite a secret, but I have to say I extended the invitation to Michael, and he must have taken about 90 seconds to reply to my invitation with saying, yes, he would love to be our president. So frankly, I have to say I was absolutely thrilled. Michael has been a peer, been in the House of Lords since 2008, previously having served as an MP for constituency in the northeast of England, and having served in government. Even more importantly, I have to tell you, he is a passionate walker, and he has walked further than any of us, I suspect, in the entire summit have walked in our lives put together. So just as a sort of a few examples, there are many, many more. Michael has walked from Buenos Aires to Rio. He's walked from London to Berlin, and a short hop, skip and a run from London to Derry, all for charity, and a powerful advocate for walking. So I am very, very delighted to introduce to you formally our new President, Lord Michael Bates. Over to you, Michael.
Thank you so much, Jane, for that very warm welcome. You have given me a big drum roll, as they say, and I need it because, of course, I was following in the immense footsteps of Terence Bendixson, who I'm delighted has continued on as emeritus president and has been a great support, as have you, during this first year, a year like no other. And I think we can pretty well say that although Living Streets has an illustrious history going back to 1929 rather, there's never been a year like this. And certainly this will be the first year that we'll be having an online AGM. I have to say there's a little bit of hope. I hope it is a last also, but that we can meet in person in future. But it's great to be here and to come in off the back of such an inspiring national walking summit. In fact, I think it's actually limited to say national. I think hearing from Spain, Norway and Holland, we should call it the international walking summit going forward, but it's a fantastic thing. Now, I have a very important role to fulfill here at the AGM. It's an important legal function, and therefore I have to set out some very clear rules as to how we're going to undertake these proceedings and follow the guidance to keep everything in order, and I hope that you'll bear with us. That means that we're going to have to do some things slightly different this year. We need to make it clear that questions and matters arising should be put in the chat because we won't be able to come to you to make your points. It's not a traditional Zoom meeting where people can be brought in, so that makes it again more difficult. Members must see that the agenda has been placed in the chat room, so you can follow that, and that's the first item of business. So if you haven't had a read through the agenda, please do that now. I will be asking for seconders to put their names in the chat room as well, those and seconders for the various formal points and of course the elections that will be coming up. If there are votes during the course of the election, then of course that will be open to members only, but don't let that dissuade you from signing up as a member, because you will be able to participate in full, at least from the next AGM. Can I also ask you to, so that we can keep a record of the participants in this AGM, if you could confirm your attendance in the chat room, just so we've got a record of the meeting. And also it's very important because under the rules we do need a quorum, and that will evidence that particular point. So with those housekeeping points, I want us to move straight into the business of the AGM itself. The first question which I'm going to ask members is whether there is agreement to the agenda which is being posted in the chat. Do I have agreement, or at least no objections to that? I think we can take it that there hasn't been any objections raised, so therefore the agenda is as it is. So we'll start moving down the agenda. We have come to the first item, which is the approval of the minutes of the AGM held on the 6th of March 2020, which seems like a lifetime ago. And so firstly, can we say, are there any matters arising from the minutes of the AGM? We don't have anything in the chat, so therefore I will ask for, I will propose that the minutes are accepted as a record, true and accurate record of the meeting on the 6th, held on the 6th of March 2020 in Manchester. And can I ask for someone to second that, please?
I'll second.
Thank you, Jane. So that is Jane seconding that. Thank you very much. Okay, we're going to just take a little moment before we move into the next point on the agenda, which is the adoption of the annual report. That's just to allow people to record their presence in the chat, so that we are clear that we have a quorum present before proceeding with an important stage of the adoption of the annual report. I'll be with you. thank you again for doing that and for participating. As I say, we've got some new procedures, new ways of happening, so it will be a little bit different this time, but please bear with us. So we now come to a very important part of the AGM, which is the movement and adoption of the annual report for the financial year end, 30th of September 2020. And I'd like to invite our Chair of the Trustees, Dame Jane Roberts, to introduce that report, and also to take any questions which can be placed in the chat function after she has spoken. So Jane, it's over to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Michael. It's my great pleasure as Chair of the Trustee Board to present to you the annual report. I'm going to present a few nuggets from the report before I formally move its adoption. Could I just say, though, it's good to have so many members here. Members are a core part of who we are at Living Streets, core part of what we do, and members are absolutely crucial to us being able to achieve our mission. So I'm delighted to present this report. As Michael says, it's a report of the trustees from September 2019 to September 2020. So if we move on or start my slides, are they there? That's fine. So so I'm not going to labour this point of what a very different year it is, because I think it's been discussed in many different ways at different times throughout the day. Only to say, however, that given our annual report is between September 2019 and September 2020, it was a year of two halves, and of two very different halves, with our last summit in Manchester, I think almost exactly halfway through, just before the lockdown. And I think Sarah Story has referred to this. I well remember, it was the 6th of March 2020, just before lockdown, and we weren't shaking hands at that point, but we were there. And I remember Andy Burnham, the Mayor of Greater Manchester, saying, albeit very presciently, this is probably the largest gathering that we would have for quite a while. I think at that point on the 6th of March last year, we didn't know for quite how long that would be. So you can see what an unusual year it has been, particularly for the charity. The only 2 points I'd like to pick out of those, because you will know these challenges that there have been from the pandemic all too well. But just in terms of home working, that many of us, but certainly not all, have been doing. At Living Streets, that transition to home working was accomplished remarkably smoothly, a great tribute to staff. But of course, we have been as a charity affected, and many of our projects had to be postponed, curtailed, our projects and our commercial activities. Unsurprising, I think. That having however, as I will demonstrate just briefly, I think some of the ways in which we've had to amend things have demonstrated an agility, which I'm very proud. So if we move on, we might have had a very different year, but our mission, of course, remains exactly the same. You will know our mission: to achieve a better walking environment and inspire people to walk more. That remains exactly the same. So as well as those challenges, there's some real opportunities there have been, and there continue to be. Now, one we've heard about today, that the benefits of walking are now far more readily apparent than ever they have been. Walking is easy, it's accessible, you don't have to think about it too much, you step out. And its powerful effects on individual well-being, on physical health, on mental health. I mean, in essence, we've got people talking about walking far more than ever they have in the past, talking about being able to hear the birdsong in a way they never had before. It's become much more part of the public discussion, valuing the simple act of walking. We know that we've had to be physically distant from one another over the course of the last year. But I have to say, it was Living Streets that was the first organisation very quickly to argue for the importance of pavement widening, of making physical changes in order to enable pedestrians to walk more safely. And we very much welcomed, in that regard, the considerable additional investment from Department for Transport in order to enable that to happen to local authorities. We've grabbed the opportunities that there are to maximise our policy influence, certainly in terms of the response to the pandemic, we're saying, in terms of making sure that we're going to widen those pavements, but a whole range of other things weren't just to do with COVID. You know, the highway, launching the highway code consultation, for example, a big campaign there that yielded thousands, literally thousands of different campaign actions in order to press for changes, to revisions in the highway code to improve the walking environment. And I'm delighted to say we've had many more members, more supporters and more local groups. So in the year up to September 2020, we had 16 more local groups. I have to tell you a spoiler alert for the next AGM. We've had many more since, but local groups up and down the country, which of course, actually, if you really want to make change and you want to make change that makes a difference, the engagement of people locally and the catalyst that can be provided by local groups is immensely powerful. We will, in fact, be launching a membership model, a new membership model with all sorts of entitlements shortly. So watch this space. So moving on, talking about that agility of responding very quickly to the pandemic, walking from home is the one example I wanted to pick out. Now, you may well have seen this, but it's a series of activities and blogs. Here you see in a slide of the range of different people who have written blogs about their experience of the pandemic. After Dame Sarah's story is one, how they've adjusted, what they've done. But there's a pack, so walking from home, there's all sorts of activities that we put out on our website about what people of all ages from all areas can get engaged in, whether primary school children, older children, adults or older people, both at home and outside. What are the sort of things you could do for children? What are the fun activities that you could do walking? What are the things you could make that would be really exciting and make walking fun? Links to the curriculum in school. So some really powerful stuff there. And for adults too. So there are 20 walking tips. My favorite, which I have to say I've embraced, has been walking phone meetings. I have to say they make phone calls infinitely more fun and more interesting. So do take a look. So that was the one example I picked out, but there are many more examples. So please do read in the report. Moving on then to my penultimate slide, our impact. Now, you know, what we're about is having an impact and making a difference. That's what we're really about. Again, there are many examples I could choose. I'm going to pick out two, I think. So first of all, our work with schools, both primary and secondary schools, particularly primary schools. So in those schools with whom we've been working, we can demonstrate a 33% increase in active journeys. Now that's powerful. That's powerful in terms of its impact on child well-being, parental well-being indeed, on air quality, on congestion. And so that's demonstrated too. Just that slide above, that box above, £1 invested in our schools work delivers £5 in health, air quality, carbon and traffic reduction benefits. So a demonstrable impact. It's really important for us to demonstrate impact because, as I say, what we're about is making a difference, being a catalyst for change together with all of you. So please do read our report. It's packed full of interesting information. But my last slide, if we can move on, is it was a time of change internally in the charity as well as externally. And I would just like to end by saying a very, very warm welcome, both to Lord Michael Bates, you've heard as our new president, to our new vice president, Susan Claris, who's been a trustee for a number of years now and from whom we've heard as well, and Mary Cray, our new chief executive, who has succeeded Joe Irvin, whom we bade farewell this time last year. So may I extend a very warm welcome to you all before I formally move the adoption of the trustees' annual report. I move.
Thank you very much, Jane. On behalf of everyone else, can we thank the work of the trustees under your chair. It's been a tremendous year, and it's a very vigorous report showing how much work has actually gone on there. So thank you very much for that. Before taking the putting this to be seconded, if there are any questions on the report for Jane, then please place them there now. Okay, we have no questions for Jane, so the report has been proposed. And could I now ask Molly Bickerstaff if she would be prepared to second the annual report?
Yes, I'm here and I'm happy to second that proposal.
Thank you, Molly. So that is seconded by Molly Bickerstaff. So therefore the report has been received. We've got one question. We're just going to come now. The question seems to have been disappeared. I mean, there will be, I should say, there'll be other items on the agenda, and if that question comes back, then we'll seek to. All right. So a question from Mark Strong. Again, if you could perhaps take this about how we address people who oppose school streets. It's been a big success story over the past year, but it comes sometimes with some opposition.
Indeed so. Well, Mark, I think the question that you put is a question that has peppered the day as a whole, hasn't it? There is opposition in some parts to whether it might be school streets, low traffic neighbourhoods, or whatever it might be, and the importance of making the positive case. Not just in terms of evidence, I think you do need to have evidence, but actually I think it's also appealing to the heart and the emotion as well, and getting the balance. I was very struck actually, but I think I mentioned this in the last plenary session, but in the first session we had a speaker from Wales, Dafydd, who talked about how they approached school streets there, or effectively that, and how they really started asking every parent about how they got to school and finding about their journey and what would make their journey better, what impeded their journey, how you could. So I think it's engaging people in that way. It's not just parents, of course, because there'll be local residents, but I think Susan, and I strongly agree with this, talks about the importance of the language you use and how you frame it. So I remember a long time ago when I was a councillor, people talked about closing a street for a school. I think rather than using the word closing, it's something about the much more positive way of framing it. I suppose that's kind of. Oh, I didn't see that. I'm sorry, it hasn't come through. I'm sorry. Well, well, I suppose I have to say I live right next door to a primary school, and I just love the sound of children playing. It enhances my quality of life immeasurably. And my sense is that more of the sound from school is at their playtime. When they're all together, they're having fun, they're having riotous fun. The amount of noise at the beginning of the day, at the end of the day, is much less, I would have thought. Now, I'm willing to be challenged on that, because usually early in the morning, children are coming more in dribs and drabs. It's first thing in the morning, people are not quite woken up sometimes, and at the end of the day they're quite tired. It sounds as though you've had direct experience of that, and I'd really like to hear more from you in terms of did that happen, what did you do, and how did you overcome that? assuming that you did. But I think that's a good question, and I'd love to refer to my colleagues who work with schools in our projects, because I'm sure they will have a much better answer than I have. But I think it's still that same thing. I think it's still engaging with people, door to door when we're allowed to do that, hearing what people have to say, hearing what their anxieties are, and not dismissing it out of hand, because people often have really legitimate concerns, and I think it's really important to take them on board.
Thank you very much, Jane, and thank you, Mark, for your question. We now move to item 3 on the agenda, which is the movement and the adoption of the annual accounts for the financial year to the end of 30th September 2020 by the Treasurer, Molly Bickerstaff. There will also be an opportunity for questions in the same way as the previous item by posting those questions in the chat function. Molly Bickerstaff, it's over to you, and we look forward to your presentation.
As far as I'm aware, it's on. No, it isn't. No, it isn't.
Back on mine too.
What can I do about it?
We're just having a little bit of a technical glitch. Listen, this is the world of Zoom.
I'll have to take these earphones off.
We've lived with this for a year, and I'm afraid Living Streets AGMs are no barrier to.
Thank you, Michael. I'm trying to.
The bounce of the system. So Molly will join us shortly.
I sincerely hope so.
In
it's
person,
connecting. It's just.
We can hear Molly
here we go.
Clearly.
Here we go. National. Thank you for joining us. The host can see you connecting a little.
Thank you, Molly.
Okay. Right. I'm now using the other computer. And can you hear me, and can the world hear me?
We can hear you and we can see you, Molly.
Oh, good. Great. This really isn't as good as the iPad, but for some reason the iPad camera wasn't doing what it should do. So I'm so sorry about all of that. I didn't know until you tried to bring me on live. Good afternoon. Okay, I must now present the accounts from last year and propose that they be accepted, and propose the appointment of the auditors for this coming year. I'm very happy to report to you all that for another year we've had a clean report from our current auditors, Mazars. Mazars signed off on our accounts as a true and a fair representation of our charity's financial affairs as at our year end, which was 30th of September 2020. And a clean audit report from auditors is always good news. So let's take a look at the accounts, and you can find them in the trustees report for 2020, which is really readily available on the Living Streets website under governance and accounts. I'll give page numbers as I go for anybody who's looking at the trustees report on the screen, as the page numbers at the bottom of each page. If anyone would like a bound copy, well, we're very happy to provide that. Just let us know. Now, I won't go into detail on the accounts, so I'm just going to give an overview. And a very good starting point is the statement, which you'll find on page 24. It's a very good summary of what your trustees are here to do, and I'll read it. Our principal focus is to ensure the charity continues to remain solvent, is in surplus, and is able to deliver on its strategy. I can report to you that as at our last year end, we were solvent, we were in surplus. In these very uncertain times, auditors worry even more than usual, so they asked us for a cash flow projection all the way through to January 2022. The finance director, Faiza Pirbukas, provided that, and the auditors were able to conclude that Living Streets is a going concern, and that means we are financially viable for the reasonably foreseeable future. Looking back to the end of September, that was a point at which we just received £1 million in cash from the DFT in advance of project work that we're doing for them in this current year. So our cash balance at that point looked very good indeed. This was the 1 million for walking back to schools for 250 schools. And you'll find that on page 20 of the trustees' report. Now, let's look at the charity's reserves. First, we have a substantial sum of restricted reserves. They must only be spent for the purposes intended. And we rely on our internal control procedures and the supervision that's carried out by the financial team to make sure that this is being done properly. You can see on page 41, the restricted reserves stood at 2 million. It's normally closer to 1 million, but again, it was doubled last year by that 1 million that we received early. Looking at the unrestricted reserves tells us more about how the charity is really doing. What happens here is that the board sets aside or designates certain sums for certain purposes. On our designated reserves, you'll find them on page 27, are the funds the trustees have set aside, some of it for a rainy day and some of it for investment, mainly IT. Now that leaves a balance of general reserves. The good news is that we still have a balance of general reserves, but that balance is less than it was in September 2019. It was 571,000 at the start of the year and 417,000 at the end, and that's a drop of 27%. You'll find the details on page 54. The Living Streets senior management team did a very good job last year in coping with COVID, but by the end of September, the effect on our income and expenditure is beginning to show. Finally, on the accounts, I'd just like to say a few words about how the trustees look to manage risk. Every charity must state its risk management policy, and you'll find ours on page 31, together with a summary there of the principal risks that the trustees believe face Living Streets. There'll be no surprise that top of that list are dealing with uncertainty in funding and managing safely through COVID-19. I hope you agree that the senior management team has handled a difficult year well, and that these accounts give a true and a reliable picture of our charity as at the last year end. Before I move to accept the accounts, would anyone like to raise any questions?
Very good. Well, we thank you for that report, Marion, for proposing the adoption of the annual accounts. Before I call for a seconder, we'll just have a few moments to see if there are any questions to be placed in the chat room in response to the report. So far, I haven't received any questions, so therefore I'm going to call upon a seconder of the accounts. Jane Roberts, would you be willing to second?
I second.
Seconded by Jane Roberts. No further questions, so the annual report and accounts have been accepted. We now move to point number 4, moving to the appointment of auditors. Molly, do you want to formally move that?
Thank you. Returning to the topic of auditors. Now, Mazars have been our external auditors for 7 years. Commonly accepted good practice is to change your auditors after 7 years, so we felt obliged to put the audit out to tender. Mazars understood this decision, it is normal practice, and they decided not to bid this time. We shortlisted 4 bidders. All 4 were firms both experienced and respected in the not-for-profit sector. We set up a panel. They carried out a careful and a very fair evaluation. I have to say all the bidders were very good. Forced to choose one, we selected a preferred bidder. We reported our choice to the Board of Trustees. The board seemed happy with it. I haven't seen the minutes yet, but I'm assuming somebody would have told me now if there were any doubts. So I would like to formally propose to members that MHA McIntyre Hudson be appointed by this AGM as external auditors to Living Streets, beginning with the current financial year.
Thank you for proposing that, Molly. So we've got a proposal that MHA McIntyre Hudson be appointed as auditors by the AGM. Do we have a seconder to that? Jane?
A second.
Jane Roberts has a seconder to that, and no objections. Therefore, that appointment of auditors is confirmed. Thank you, Molly, again for that report and for moving the appointment of auditors. We now come to item 5 on the agenda, which is the elections. There are no new trustee elections this year, but we do have 2 re-elections of current trustees. I would like to invite Jane to recommend the re-election of the trustees for the second term of 3 years. The 2 are Molly Bickerstaff and Mohammed Mossad.
Yes, thank you, Michael. Yes, simply to recommend 2 members that we re-elect Molly Bickerstaff, from whom you've just heard, and Mohammed Mossad, who I think is here remotely for their second term as trustees. Both have served and made great contribution, and I'd be delighted if they were to serve a second term.
Thank you. And they are seconded by, they've been proposed by Jane, seconded. Molly, you're happy to say?
I'm delighted to say.
Well, technically you're one of them, but I think
it's a bit tricky.
there may be one where perhaps the position would be in the absence of guidance. Let me say that I'm happy to second Molly's appointment for a term and ask if she would be prepared to second Mohammed Mossad.
Delighted to second that. Thank you.
That's done. Thank you very much for that. We have one retirement, Avril Price, trustee, who will step down at this AGM after completing a 6-year term. We'd like to thank Avril for her service, both as vice chair and trustee to the board during this time. I'm going to call upon Jane to say some words, a vote of thanks to Avril, who's well earned it.
Yes, thank you. Both with sadness, but also with great thanks. I would like to record on behalf of my fellow trustees, huge thanks to Avril Price, who, as you've heard, is stepping down after her second term as a trustee. Avril has taken on a number of roles within the trustee board over the last 6 years, including a time as vice chair. So she's made a really considerable contribution to the charity, and I would like formally to record our thanks to her, and also more recently to thank her. She was part of the judging panel on the Charles Mayer Award. It seemed really appropriate, and I'm really pleased that she could do that on behalf of trustees. So formally to record our thanks to Avril. Thank you.
Thank you, Avril, and we appreciate your work and hope that you'll stay very much involved in the work of Living Streets. I'm sure you will, going into the future. We now come to item 6 on the agenda, which is the motion to amend the Memorandum and Articles of Association regarding membership and general meetings. I'm going to ask Jane to move the amendment of the Memorandum and Articles of Association to reflect the changes and modernisation of our membership model wording. Over to you, Jane.
Thank you very much, Michael. Yes, I would like to ask members for their approval to this amendment to our Memorandum and Articles of Association. They are relatively minor, I have to say. I hope there should be a link in the chat to them, so I hope that you've had the opportunity to see what they are. They are relatively minor. They fall into two camps, really. The first is just simply reflecting the need for remote working and doing things online rather than offline. Of course, because of the pandemic, that's been urged upon us by the response to COVID. So there are small changes there that you will see under 3.2.1, so that signatures, for example, can be sent online rather than offline. And there is a second sort of amendment, just one, 3.2.3, which is amending to say failure to pay any subscription required under the terms of joining. And that's just to reflect the move which I alluded to when I presented the annual report about a move to a different sort of a membership model, a paid membership model, and that reflects that. So relatively small changes for which I would seek your approval.
Thank you, Jane. So we've had the changes to the wording of the Articles of Association. Do I have, are there any objections, first of all, to the proposal which has been made? We've got no objections registered in the chat so far. I therefore need to have a seconder for the proposal. Molly, are you willing to?
Yes, I'm willing to second that.
Molly Bickerstaff is the seconder to that. There have still been no objections proposed and seconded. That change is agreed by the AGM. Thank you. We now come to item 7, which is any other business. Again, this is an opportunity just to hear from people if there are any particular points which need to be raised during or haven't been covered during the course of the AGM. Is there any other business? I'll give just a few seconds for people to comment in chat. We've had no request for questions or items listed under any other business. Therefore, all that remains for me to do is to... all right. Right. We have one question from Mark Strong asking whether corporate members and councils can become members.
I'm going to reread our code of governance. I will have to reread. It's a very good question, and I promise that we will get back to you with an answer to that question. We had lots of discussion about our membership model, and you asked the one question that I'm now on the spot with. But I promise that Stephen Edwards will get back to you, Mark, because I think we're going to get back to you on another question that you raised as well. So my apologies not to come up with an immediate answer. The focus has been on individual members, I have to say. Whether or not we're precluded, so my slight uncertainty was whether or not we have precluded membership more collectively.
If they can't be members, they can certainly be supporters, and we will very much welcome them. Sean has a question as well, Jane, perhaps you could take this, about the idea of members suggesting campaigns.
I'm sorry, what was the question?
Is it possible for members to suggest campaigns?
Of course.
Yes.
The more the better, absolutely.
And what would be the way of doing that?
There'd be all sorts of ways of doing it. I think through your local group, getting in contact directly with us. But oh no, absolutely, very much welcomed. And I also haven't, I've also got an answer to the question that Mark asked, very delightfully sent to me. And actually, yes, so it is, as I had thought, but I wasn't 100% sure. So at the moment, our membership model is for individuals, but we welcome individuals from organisations to join.
And can I just kind of underscore, almost as the final comment of the AGM, is that there may be people who are still with us from the National Walking Summit, but who are not members. It is only £3 per month, £36 per year, and it's a great contribution to be part of us on our journey into the future. So please consider becoming a member and joining with us. And with that,
can I,
one last question?
Yes. Do you mind? Just, I want to get back to Sean, who asked the question about how to get in, how to get involved in campaigns. So I made some suggestions about how you could do that, but I've also, I'm going to tell you an email address, which I think will be in the chat as well. So very much welcome suggestion for members. We have a survey and through a local group, but you can also email campaigns at livingstreets, all one word, .org.uk, and that will be in the chat. So please do, we'd very much welcome that. Thank you. And I'm sorry to butt in, Michael, on that at that time.
Not at all, not at all. So all that remains is for me to congratulate the re-elected officers, wish them well in their duties, to thank the members for their continued support. And I want particularly on this occasion of the first online AGM of Living Streets, to thank the many people who are behind the scenes, making sure that we can actually have this meeting and that it's gone as smoothly as it has. We really do appreciate all of your support. We've got a lot of work on, a very big agenda for the next year, and we're in good shape to take advantage of. Thank you again, and we wish you well.
Thank you.
Zebra crossings, urban speed limits, the driving test. These major achievements wouldn't have happened without Living Streets members. For close to a century, our members have combined their voices to make streets better for walking. We need more members to make an even bigger change, and the time is now. We are Living Streets, the charity for everyday walking. The pandemic has highlighted inequalities and made them worse. Loneliness, isolation, and air pollution are hitting the most vulnerable the hardest. Over the next 5 years, we want to speak up for walking and end car dominance for good. By becoming a member, you will join our movement for change. Together we are stronger. Together we can make change happen and make sure everyone has better streets and can choose to walk. We know the majority care about their streets, neighbourhoods, towns and cities. So, join thousands of others across the UK. Become a member today. Walk with us.
During lockdown, millions of us rediscovered the simple joy of walking. Whether you are 9 or 90 years old, walking gets you fit, keeps you happy, and cuts air pollution. It's the greenest transport there is, and it's free. We are Living Streets, the charity for everyday walking. Our mission is to get more people walking, to school, to work, to the shops, to see friends. But too many of our streets are not fit for purpose. We want to see people on pavements, not cars, and we want the law to protect people who walk. Over the next 5 years, we'll be campaigning for people to choose walking, for better streets for walking, and for people from all walks of life to enjoy walking. To do that, we need your help. Will you join us? We are Living Streets. Walk with us.